UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. It's your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I am your werewolf. We are here today to bring up this topic again because this is a very much impromptu stream that I've constructed this Thursday since I'm kind of again, as I've mentioned before, kind of slowing down on the topics to bring up. You know, once we've been at this for so long, uh, it's really daunting to keep that momentum up. So we're gonna talk about parenthood some more. Uh, I know I talked about the war on fatherhood, motherhood last year, but this time I'm actually gonna do this with the UN Spacey this time around. Um, We have one member coming up pretty soon. That'll be the Lady Valor pretty soon, hopefully. But right now, I have the man, the myth from Occupy Imperial Space is the Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, it's Trooper FN2525 from Imperial Occupied Balmora. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's talk about parenting. Let's talk about pop culture. Go ahead and start putting your ideas in the comments. Go ahead and start smashing the like button. That always helps the algorithm out. Also, as many comments as possible because that also helps bump up the algorithm. So let's do it.
Yeah, do your due diligence. You are part of the UN Spacey Wolf Fleet now. We're more than just a Wolf Squadron. We're the Wolf Fleet. So we as much as we have our group here together, you know, we're a fleet now at this point. We're a big fleet this time. Well, at least we're gonna be more than just a fleet. We're gonna be an armada.
Right. So I went ahead and I posted in private. I went ahead and I gave you a link to this article that I came up with. It's from Rachel Bowie. It's a 2020 article. As it was the end of the year. The headline was, "These are the parenting trends that will define 2021." Now, mind you, keep in mind, what you and I were talking about before in terms of parenting, as far as, you and I could actually, be able to go outside, go play with friends. I remember even
Hmm.
saying before, like, I used to be able to go lizard hunting with my friend Eric till like sunset. I just had to make sure I was home or I was I was at Eric's, like his house no later than sunset. Like I had to be in there and having dinner before dark. That was the thing. Once it got dark, if we were still out, we were gonna get a scolding. But just looking at this article really quick, basically, just looking at it, I already see a few issues that I have with it.
Hmm.
Of course, there's a line in there that says, "We've chatted with some experts, from the head of startup dedicated to maternal wellness to renowned pediatrician Dr. Harvey Karp, and here's their take on what to expect in 2021." Uh, one of the points that they point out is more honest conversations about moms in the workforce. So
Yeah, that was the
what
one thing I keyed in on just
Yeah,
now.
what they're trying to peddle is they're trying to peddle that you can be a woman, you can be a female, you can be a mom, you can do it all. It's the problem with that is that you can't. You have to
No,
more or less focus on one thing and stick to that. Like if you go through this article, like they actually give you links to mommy meditations, if you will. Okay, first and foremost, if you're
mommy
a
meditations.
parent, yeah. So if you're a mom, you know, okay, so you're triggered and you're all ready to spurg out. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna log onto your laptop and go to this website and have a mommy counselor walk you through a mommy meditation? No, absolutely not. It's the thing about this kind of stuff is they're trying to incorporate using social media as a way to diffuse uh, stress, which is fine. We all do it. I mean, it's 2021. I mean, if you want to go and spur, you can do that on Facebook, which to me is a dead platform, or you do it on Twitter, which is another dead platform. But what I'm getting at is before social media, you had parents communicating. So, like, your mom obviously was communicating with your friend's mom, just like mine was communicating with my friend's mothers also. Um,
Hmm.
so it was one of these things, and I've said it before, where you worked out, a little mini schedule of, okay, Trooper can go ahead and have, dinner at Eric's house on these days, and I'll go ahead and I'll take Eric on these days and I'll make dinner. I mean, that's how you did it. I mean, among parents, you know, and in a smaller town, you can even do that even today, where um, you need to have that community. You need to have community because what's happening now is they're pushing you towards uh,
I haven't
literally
introduced
being cooped up in the house.
the
Like,
chat
remember
yet,
when,
Trooper.
huh?
I haven't I haven't introduced the chat yet. The two of them
Uh,
so far, so
no, that's
far.
good.
So we have
Yeah.
Brian Gill Martin, the Maverick Hunter Saint. He says, "Oh boy, it's gonna be mighty interesting." And we have Melissa Harrison Sons 3.0. So their usual hi guys,
Well,
but
I
I
would
love
share the
Brian's
article.
chat here. He says, "What kind of hippie bull crap is mommy meditation?"
Hey, I gave Wolf the link. If he wants to share screen, he
I
can.
just did.
Yeah, it's, but you see what I'm saying? It's like they're
You know
pushing.
what? I might as well just share screen for the
Yeah,
benefit for
yeah,
everybody else.
yeah. They're pushing. I don't want to say Zoomers, but they're pushing like endpoint millennials, and I guess even because Zoomers are right now in their 20s and a little older, but they're pushing these groups, these demographic groups, to rely more on tech than rely on other people. The problem mostly with that, with doing anything like this, is that, yeah, like right there, number one, like
Hmm.
honest conversations about moms in the workforce. So, and it's and okay, sure. Okay, so let's say if you're a single parent, you're gonna have a challenging time. And one has to admit, single parenthood is not ideal. You want to
Mm-mm.
have some form of communication with the other parent, because it does take two parents to raise a baby. I'm of the mindset of, you need to have a father figure and a mother role. Even if the father's not in the picture, that's someone has to go ahead and be that paternal role. That's why we're having these ideological struggles right now, in that we're trying to more or less say that, oh, well, you don't need to have a parent. You can shirk off your kids on public school or on pop culture, and we'll raise them well.
Yeah, leave them
And
to
that's
the
what you're going.
wolves
Yeah, yeah,
that are
exactly.
preying on them on the pretense of friendship and
Hmm.
harmony and community. Where they take them to the bathrooms and do what kind of stuff? Because
Well,
that worked so well
yeah, yeah, yeah,
2 years ago with
Drag
drag
queen story
queen
time.
story
Yeah,
time.
yeah. One of the big top guys, freaking was ended up being outed as sex offender. I mean,
Hmm.
it's common knowledge. It's out there if you go looking for it. But
Hmm.
even number two is even worse. You know, which says
Let's
a
move
lot.
on to that then.
Yeah, if you scroll down a little bit, there you go. Less screen guilt, more screen intention. So right here, they're trying to push what I call remote schooling on these kids, meaning, and you're seeing it a lot in California, where you get these tablets that more or less have an algorithm that can gauge who's looking at this tablet screen. Um, as a
Hmm.
parent, you want to be involved as what you're or what's being taught to
Excuse
your
me.
kid. But in here, what they're saying is, don't feel bad about putting a tablet in front of your kid's face. Feel good about it, because feel good that the educational system is giving them the content that they need. Let's see. Here we go. Thanks to virtual school and general overwhelm during lockdown, screen time is no longer a dirty word. So they're already in this sentence alone. They're saying that yeah, spending your time in front of a computer is no longer a bad thing. It's always been a bad thing. I mean, think about it. I mean, you're locking yourself in front of a computer for hours on end. You're not getting any exercise. You're not really getting
Hmm.
any person-to-person interaction, which you need in order to stay socialized. Is something you and I were talking about when
Hmm.
we were talking about lockdowns. Regardless of skin color and all that. I mean, if you're locked up at home, not being able to go out and be around other people, other skin colors, other families, you really do tend to almost tribalize, and that's kind of what's happening now. It's
Lord of the
happening now.
Flies.
Yeah. So it says the
Pretty
next
much
step
Lord
in
of the
something
Flies.
we're set to master in 2021 is going to be adjusting our attitudes and how we constructively integrate technology into our lives. Um, technology sh- technology has its place. Obviously, there's a place and time for it, but then there's also a
Mm-hmm.
place and time for books, for hobbies. Like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if you've been watching MeWe, you've noticed that I took some table scraps and I'm growing potatoes. I have 4 potatoes right now that I'm growing. I got to
Nice.
figure out I got to figure out what's going on because it's not like you where you
Clean
got
your room.
like right.
You basically clean your room.
Yeah, hail lobster, clean your room.
Hell lobster.
Hail lobster. So
High
no,
lobster.
the thing is I'm out in desert weather, so I'm not getting like bay weather like you are. So like
Mm.
I'm getting triple digit weather, which plants don't
Yeah, it's
like.
cloudy over here right now.
Yeah. So trying to grow something in desert heat is already hard. So trying to make sure it gets appropriate light, appropriate moisture, and just attention. All in all, it's almost it is almost like parenting in a way because I mean you have to actively be engaged. I mean in articles like this, we're saying that you don't have to actively be engaged. You can let technology be engaged, quote, with you. So to me, I find that disconcerting because it's something that I
They need to
remember.
watch Metropolis.
Well, here's the thing. I was coming home, right? Because I had to do PT
Mm-hmm.
today. And that's why, I text you, hey, what are we doing? And then you said that. And I'm like, oh, really? And
Mm-hmm.
then I made the comment, you can also, and we're talking about parenting, you can also call it, shirking off your responsibilities on someone else or on pop culture to raise your kids. I mean, that's
And
what
what
you're,
did I say after that?
yeah, but see, but,
I said, bring that to the stream too,
mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because that's
So,
all we've been talking about since I formed this. The nobody wants the burden of responsibility
no, no, no.
whatsoever.
And and here's the thing, and I had brought it up, and it's I tend to be very bifurcated on a lot of this stuff. So I mean, the more you start paying attention to me, the more I give off different types of vibes. But in my problem with education is that we look at public education as being something good. It's a government program. Anything
Mm-hmm.
that comes from the government, is always to stimulate government. It's not to help you, that's how I see it. It's why it's called a government program. So we don't view public education as a government assisted program. We don't. And I even made the
Nope.
comment to you. It's like if you can't afford to homeschool your kid, then you probably shouldn't be having them. And
Mm-hmm.
if you look at the Nevada school system, I mean, we were ranked 48 out of 50 for the longest time. I mean, it's terrible. And when we look, comparatively, when we look at our public education system versus other countries, it's not up there at all. I can tell you, um, a friend of mine who was a hospitality intern.
Troopers
Um,
in this one deep, guys. We're in for some crispy stuff today.
well, okay,
I
so,
was not
so
expecting this, but you know what? I'm all for it. I'm all
Well,
for it,
okay.
man.
So I have a German friend and I have a French friend. They've both gone different. They've gone separate ways in terms of hospitality because we were talking about that earlier too. But she ended up being an intern out here, and she was telling me about the school system and the health system in Germany, and it's very different. I mean, in Germany, you pretty much go through. I mean, it's a large like portion of your life. Out here, it's what 12 years, and now Potato wants to add an additional 2 years. Oh, we're gonna help you with pre-K. Oh, so you want to go ahead and you want to show my kid the gender bread man? I'm like, no, screw that. And then you want to tack on an additional 2 years of community. So in other words, you want me to have subpar education that I can't choose on my own because it won't qualify for free money. And that's been my problem with all this from the very beginning in terms of, once we start talking about parenting, we have to start talking about education. I mean, I sent you a link of a discussion that Camille Paglia and Jordan Peterson were having, just just normal discourse. And like I was telling you
Hmm.
privately, prior to there being a Department of Education, I mean, education varied, throughout our nation, and that's a good thing because you want to have that competition so that parents are like involved in the education process. Okay, well, I want my kid to have a very high level of education. How are you going to do that? Um, are you going to do that privately? Are you going to go? Are you going to have to relocate? You might have to relocate. I mean, that was something that was involved then. Now it's all one big generic blanket school system. I can tell you that with public education, you have more or less a program that caters to 60% of the class. That 40% either being the top 20% of smart kids, and the bottom 20 being the not so smart kids. And the problem with
Mm-hmm.
the problem with that is it's not that we have an IQ problem. And here's the thing: when it comes to kids learn differently. So you really got to look at that bottom 20%. What is it that they're not getting? And it sometimes ends up being that these kids they're not being taught in a way that holds their attention. Like, I can tell you, for me, I mean, I went from private school, homeschool, to public school. So I experienced all three. And I can tell you that when I hit public school, I was disinterested. I mean, for me, the homework was almost it, it was to the point where I wasn't engaged. I mean, my video game collection, really profited because, in high school I was doing things that I shouldn't have been doing. But I mean, I made money off it, and hey, I had all this money for video games. But
Mm-hmm. Of
when you
course.
look, yeah, well, when you look at the top 20%, at that point, you have to look at, okay, well, what's the best way to accelerate their education? And so you did have these accelerated courses in public school, but when you're looking at private school, it's the parents' responsibility of what else do they need to know, or what can I go ahead and start placing in front of them so that they can start engaging further. Um, but number three, and I don't want to deviate too much. Number three on this article says an increased reliance on telehealth. Telehealth wasn't really a thing until last year when we, quote unquote, had COOF. I can tell you,
Telehealth.
well, all it is you answer a few questions over the phone. You put yourself in front of a tablet or a screen, and you do like a via Skype or Zoom. Hey, are you doing okay? Yeah, I feel great. All right. So uh, there's another sentence here too. For example, new parents who have questions about their infant might be able to get all the answers they need without bringing the precious little one into the office where they can risk germ exposure. Right then and there, they're I hate these articles because right then and there, they're already demonizing the natural process. Your kid's gonna get sick. I hate to tell you, everyone's out to get
Mm-hmm.
their baby. That's what it's gonna turn into. The dingo is gonna eat your baby. I don't know how else to put it. Um, as a parent, it's something you have to think about, and you have to be responsible for. You have to be responsible for your kid's
Murphy's
health.
Law.
Yeah, it's like I used to get scraped elbows. I used to get sick.
My mom. Come on. Like, now that you bring that up, yeah, I survived the worst of it, and now I did. Did I mention about my pain tolerance?
No,
How I
no,
keep
no.
so just I think I know I said something about it between you and me in the green room, but just to refresh, my pain tolerance grows for every time I experience a certain pain. Certain pain does still hurt like a son of a gun,
Mhm.
but over time it's like during the day it just like it's almost like a headache at this point, like not necessarily a severe headache,
Mhm.
just a minor headache, you know. It's something like it gets to that point, or there are times a needle prick is just it's just like a pinch
Mhm.
now to me.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
even then, like even back then when I was a kid, I usually just say ow. The only the only my first left ear got pierced. The
Mhm.
only thing that happened to me when that happened was that tears were streaming down my eyes, and I didn't even scream.
Mhm.
That's how bad. That's how much my pain tolerance is at that point. Like
Oh,
it hurts. Yes, it
yeah,
hurts, but
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's as far as that's as far as you're gonna get from me at that point. Yeah, there are times I hit myself and I cried and stuff like that. But like later on in life, it's like now
I'll,
a cut, a scrape. Sometimes I don't even notice a cut.
well, I'll tell
Sometimes
you
I don't
what.
even notice a scrape.
I'll tell you what. Dislocating a finger was not as painful as getting an anesthetic injection put into my finger. I think the needle was worse
Mm,
than the actual finger dislocation. I remember I was like, it was honestly, it was the second worst pain I've ever had, other than having a needle put into the heel of my foot when they needed to go ahead and
yeah,
inject cortisone for
I
my
did mention
inflammatory
about me taking a. Sorry, I did mention about me taking injections to the foot one time, didn't I?
I don't know if it was to me. I know you've mentioned it before, but
But yeah,
I
I'll reiterate again for the benefit of the audience. So I had ingrown toenail that almost went gangrenous,
okay, okay.
and after seeing the doctor, they said we need to get this thing out because it's going gangrenous because
Right, right, right.
exposure, cut, whatever, what have you.
Oh yeah, especially with the foot being exposed to that type of moisture day in day out with the
Yeah,
bacteria in the socks.
I wasn't I wasn't aware of that though,
Hmm.
but like when it started changing colors and stuff, my mom was like, "Oh, we need to take you to the doctor to see what that is." Of course, so we did, and they said it's going gangrenous. They basically just assigned me to a foot doctor and went to the foot doctor. Went to see a surgeon. Dude, injected the pain the to numb the foot, right?
Hmm.
The anesthetic. I mean, that was an interesting experience because, well, let's just say this: it wasn't as painful as I would have imagined it would be because my first thought was like, oh, it's just a needle. Like I took in needles before, not this one, not in this area. Okay,
Mm,
he's like, because the first thing he says like, don't be a superhero or anything. Like this is gonna hurt. I was like,
mm,
yeah, just do this. Okay, keep going. Yep. You're right. I'm not a superhero. I'm not a super. Yep, okay. he he
mm,
injected me, as you could tell, he injected me like 3 times because he had to get where he has to get all the foot because he has to chisel. Yeah, he literally chiseled it out.
oh,
The toenail. I mean,
yeah.
oh my goodness. Had you been in there, you would have saw my reaction because he
Oh
went
no, I
in there
believe it.
fast. He went in there fast and just got it out quick. I'm like, ah,
Oh no,
you
I
a
believe it.
monster.
I believe it.
Like
I
I'm like,
had,
bruh, I'm so glad you numbed my toe.
bro. I had a bad apprehension once, and it was like this dude who had like
Hmm.
5 open felony warrants, right? So, like me and my buddy were like just going at it, trying to get this dude freaking just like cuffed, right? And
Hmm.
somehow he managed to squirm his hand in such a way that he tried closing the cuff, and I actually had my thumbnail crushed. So I went with a crushed thumbnail for a few months there. It had to be like,
Mm.
cured and covered and all that stuff so it would grow out evenly, and it's fine now. You couldn't tell that it was damaged, but I know that feeling. I mean, it's one of those where it's a sharp pain and then it's like, okay, and then you don't really notice what's going on until you look at it later. You're like, oh yeah, that's gonna hurt later. So, but I mean,
Oh yeah,
going back.
it was a pain considering the footwear I was wearing too. Like my friend was like, you okay? I think you need to see a doctor." I was like, "Yeah, I probably should need to see a doctor."
So, like number 4 on this article, and this is where the mommy meditations come in. Uh, you
Oh
know,
wow,
uh,
this is where the meat of the issue comes in. Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's right here from Parent Lab. Helen Fang, head of marketing, agrees. We've launched an online parent focused meditation. A lot of them free due to parent demand, and also seen increased interest in online materials that help with the quality time and adult communication. So you're telling me, okay, if I want to have a kid, my first instinct is to start looking stuff up. Okay, like what do I need? Like I'm gonna need a bassinet. I'm gonna need, changing station. I'm gonna need to start reading books like, when to expect this, when to expect that. I'm gonna start doing research. As a would be parent, I want to put my best foot forward, right? I mean, that's kind of the natural thing to do. So with these mommy meditations, what we're saying is if you get stressed out, just it's okay to be stressed out. You can log in, and you don't have to be responsible. You can shirk your responsibilities for a few minutes, and here's my thing. As an individual, I don't see how that works, because that's, to me, growing
It's
up
just
with the
escalating
value of self
a
ownership.
deep seated problem, if you
Yeah,
ask me.
yeah, for
It's like you
me.
just. It's like what Hank Hill has suggested to Lorraine when what's his name, Buckley
Hmm.
broke up with her, and he says hold it in, hold it all in. I'm like, oh no, that's something you should not tell somebody. I'll tell you guys, holding things in is not a good method of getting over emotional
No,
duress.
it's not.
It really like my mom had taught me that too. I'm like that. Looking back at it now, love you, mom. If ever you ever catch these streams one of these days, or catch the
Yep,
backwash of these streams one of these days,
yep.
yeah, that was not a good that's not a good self help method. Just
Well,
saying.
normally you'll turn to a parent, or you'll turn to a close friend who already has kids and be like, "Hey, I'm in this conundrum. What did you do, or what should I do?" Because as a new parent, you're gonna want to have some form of support system, right? This is basically
Mm,
saying that you can shirk that support system and turn to a tablet. I'm not okay with that, because
no,
what you're doing is you're cutting. And I think I had mentioned this earlier, how extended relationships really, really do factor into raising a kid. You're cutting all those people out. So, um, and then the last one, commitment to sustainability, and it goes on about talking about eco-friendly diapers.
sustainability,
Here's my thing. So we're talking about eco-friendly diapers, but we're not talking about all the masks,
eco
all the
friendly
N95 masks
diapers.
that are left all over the street. We're not talking about how these people reuse the same mask over and over and over again. And once you touch your face and you touch that mask, I mean, you might as well just toss it. But I
Mm,
mean, that was one article I came across. I came across another one that was just as bad, if not worse. Here, I'll send it to you so you can go ahead and you can start looking at it, and losing your mind. I think my favorite on this one was
I'd rather lose my mind in private,
number
but
3 on this one, which was how to travel with unvaccinated kids, and this is from the week. It's under parenting advice. This one actually,
unvaccinated kids.
yeah, this one was actually released 2 days ago by Jessica Hunlinger, uh, and I would just look at number 3, and that's pretty much it. Like the other ones are pretty much self-explanatory. As far as communicating with your kid, you want to communicate with them, in a way that they understand. That's
Parent
self-explanatory,
under
but
parenting advice
this
written by
this
a woman
this
of all people.
yeah, but this literally takes like a leftist SJW spin on parenting, and I'm thinking to myself,
Secret
so
languages.
yeah, yeah, uh, basically giving
Hang
them a
on, let
pet
me share screen
name.
real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't believe in that pet name BS. I never.
Well,
Here's the
this
thing.
is this is how an SJW would raise their kids. I mean, this literally gives you a little looking glass perspective, and I look at it and I'm like, that's speechless is the word I'm looking for. That leaves me speechless, because you're telling me that you're going to go ahead and you're going to teach them the they them thing. You're not going to call him a baby. You're going to call them babies. That
We
kind
have
of stuff.
Leia, the lovely Leia Val, with us.
Hey, Leah.
Hey, hello, fellas. Hello, everybody out there. This is Live Plus Size, your lovely lady Valor. Sorry, a little
Woohoo.
late today, but
Oh no, you're good. You're good. No, no, we have to start. We have to start close to 12:30, because I'm gonna dip out by
Yeah,
2. Yeah,
yeah.
oh,
I got a
It's
commitment
gonna be.
across town.
okay, I
It's
see.
Gonna
gonna be me
be
and
a
you later
roommate.
on. This is gonna be
Oh.
awkward. No, I'm kidding. But so we're on number 3 of this list.
Yeah, how to travel with unvaccinated kids. Again, we're demonizing the fact that kids are going to get sick. Here's the thing, you know, being a kid, you're going to get exposed to everything. If you're not eating dirt, you're playing with Hot Wheels. And if you're not playing with Barbies, you're playing with mud and making mud cakes. I mean, come on. So,
Or
I mean,
pies.
as kids, I can safely say all three of us were exposed to a lot of stuff. But you got to remember, these kids don't leave the house. They have their face in front of a television or in front of a cell phone. That's how these kids live, and it's very unhealthy. But that's how these IPs and these franchises can go ahead and start filling your kids with nonsense, is what I'll call it. Professor Geek can call it indoctrination, and he actually put out some really good videos this week. These last 2 weeks, he's been on fire. But I'll just call it nonsense because that's what it is at the end of the day. Um, Social media is not real life. So, I mean, you go outside, you have to take in the sunlight, right? You have to interact with other people. You have to actually be a functioning human being. And, all the stuff that they're putting into your kids' brains is not that at all. I mean, now we're doing Pride Month cereals where your kids can play with their pronouns. I mean, come on, we've gone from mommy meditations to playing with pronouns. So you already know socially where we're going in the consensus. I mean, I think it's up to every individual to choose what's best for their kid. And like I said before, if you can't afford a kid, you probably shouldn't have one. Um, but again, there's social programs for that. But whenever you use a government program like public education or say WIC or any of those programs, you're literally putting an individual in the hands of government. So you're not really doing them a favor. As an individual, you have to draw the line as to where that line stops. So, and then the last one on that article that I'll just talk a little bit about was what they call positive parenting. So,
Yeah, get in on that. Shoot, but I already stopped sharing screen.
yeah, 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 yeah. So
I
it's
just want to key on the third one that you were talking about. The one
yeah, yeah.
important
The
thing
other one is
that you.
basically saying spare the rod, spoil the child. That's what it is. That's what it's saying. You know,
Hmm.
you have to approach them, and you have to approach them and make sure that they're always feeling in a nice, warm,
Kitty
comfortable
gloves,
environment.
kitty gloves,
You
kitty
can't do
gloves.
that. You can't do that. You have to set boundaries because the thing is, as a child, you don't know, you know, when you've stepped out too far, if that's something you should be doing. I mean, that's a parent's job to tell you no.
I tell my niece this. I'm like, I'm your uncle. I'm not your best friend.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can be both. You can be both, but
You can
it.
call me your friend, but at the end of the day, just know this: when Uncle gets serious, I am your uncle. I'm not your best friend at
Yeah,
this point.
exactly. It's
This is where you stop getting smart with me and listen. After that, if
mhm,
if 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 you can clear that, then we can go back to being best friends. But when I
mhm.
say, hey, slow down, look at me when I'm talking to you. Uncle is not your best friend right now. Uncle is
Yep,
your uncle right now.
yep. Yeah, no, I agree.
You can give me that glum face all you want to. That's not going to save you any much. That's going to make things worse.
Yeah, yep.
But yeah, continue. Sorry.
Well, no, that's pretty much it. I mean, now they're already talking about post-pandemic emptiness. Like everything is revolving around this narrative
Oh,
that there's a
sure.
big
They're the
bad world
big
out there.
experts on
Yeah, there's a big bad
recovery
world
from
and everything is out
pandemic.
to get you. It's like, newsflash. It's like that is life, it's I hate to say it, there's no safe space for life, and that's what they're trying to do by creating an imaginary space using social media, using these applications like Zoom, Skype, and then like I said, the mommy meditations where a mommy counselor helps you meditate. I mean, come on, or was it they have oh did you see that article on Amazon? Did you see that one? I don't know.
No.
Oh yeah, no, this is Leia's gonna love this because this will. Let me see if I can find one real quick. Um what it
You
is.
know what? While you doing that, let me
Yeah.
bring up the reasons why I prompted this why I actually prompted this stream actually. So one of the videos that I came across, and this was about last week, mind you. This video was 5 days old, anyways. But I was meaning to watch it anyways because of the lady behind the video. She's very insightful, and she's from
Hmm.
Australia as well. But it's Sydney Watson, and the title of the video was "The Erasure of Women." Um, in one part of the video, there is these clips of people calling women baby birthing person.
I heard about that. Yeah. Baby thing person.
Goodness, goodness.
When you hear that, don't that sound like a misogynist that says that?
It sounds insulting. I
It,
heard some, I don't want to say names, but yeah, I guess it was the SJW whack jobs that were saying it, but they weren't saying it in a nice way. They were saying it in a derogatory way, baby birthing person,
well,
because they feel there's a difference between that's baby birthing and those that are not straight. So that's the best way I can put it at.
well,
But
the best
yeah,
way to
they
put it.
refer to it in a derogatory way. The
Yeah,
person
like,
using it.
it's what it is. Honestly, it's shirking of responsibility off the person.
That and they
By
want to
calling them a
replace.
male or a female, the responsibility of being a man or being a woman. By calling them a person, you can pretty much uh, you can pretty much
Yeah,
change the boundaries of
Leia went into more detail. Yeah, really,
yeah.
what they're trying to do is what they're trying to do is they're trying to replace the mother with the trans mother in a way.
Well,
They're
Right.
trying
Yeah.
they're trying to make it seem like men can also give birth to children. Yeah, I have yet to see that the only movie that actually did that was Junior, and even that was fancy.
well,
I'm sorry,
it's
but
taking
there's no way.
it's taking the parenting responsibility off the individual and giving it over to the state. I mean, that's what it is. Because the moment you no longer call a person a mother or a father, then who do you look to for a mother or a father figure? You look to big government, you look to pop culture, you look to everything else but that person. Because again, they're a non-gender person. You're gonna instinctively look for male and female attributes because I mean that's what you are. You're a human being. You're gonna find those somewhere else, whether it's in a literary hero or whether it's in neighbor three doors down who grandmother figure who always makes cookies for the neighborhood kids. So but that YouTube video that I put in private chat, if you go ahead and you share that, just go ahead and mute the audio, just to kind of give everyone an idea of what the Amazon booth is. And the Amazon booth is from a Yahoo News article actually. And what this is, like an employer will
Typical.
ever like an employer will ever let you do this during work. But the new thing now is what I would call the safe space in a workplace. It's a workplace safe space. So it's a little cubicle more or less that you can go into, and it's going to have to be on your breaks because you can't stop and do it whenever you want, whenever you get stressed out or you what quote whenever you get triggered. But you look at this video and it's a nice little booth. I mean, even if you look at the picture from Yahoo News, and this thing came out on the 27th of last month, so only about 4 or 5 days ago. Um, what Amazon is selling you now is a safe space you go into. There's meditation programs you can click on, and in practice, it sounds cool. It sounds cool, because I
Usually when they do bring up this type of stuff, yeah, when they do bring up this type of stuff, it does sound cool, right?
mean, especially in a workplace where you're stressed out all the time. That sounds great. But here's my thing: employers are only going to let you do that on your dedicated work break.
Hmm.
Um, you know, this isn't something new. That's something that you can do on a bathroom break, and that's what people don't understand. Or I don't know if they don't necessarily understand, or if it's just one of these things where people are no longer taught how to um, mentally kind of unwind for a few minutes, where you go to the bathroom,
It's
take a
called
deep
video
breath.
games at home or having a cigarette on your lunch break,
That or going
which
into the bathroom and literally turning off the light for like a few minutes. Just kind of like
and
closing your
whack one
eyes,
off.
turning off the lights, literally getting into that quick zone and just kind of one big deep breath, hold it for 10 seconds, you let it all out, garbage out.
Or you rub one off.
Oh, see, you went there. I wouldn't have gone there.
Hey, hey, hey,
I mean, we're
hey,
talking we're talking about the
I,
workplace. We're talking
I,
about the workplace.
I, I,
So
werewolf.
I don't know if that's what I don't know if that's the type of behavior
Werewolves have
that you come across in
werewolves have
somebody's
no
workplace.
bounds as
But
to how
but I
dirty our minds go,
I
man.
will tell you this: once you get into a big employer where you have over 100 employees, like you have these employees that know how to freaking disappear for over a half hour. So, and
And
that's
do
not
know
necessarily
God
a
knows
good
what.
thing. Yeah, it's not necessarily a good thing. But yeah, so I mean, we're getting to a level now where the parenting is or the lack of parenting is so out of hand that now we have to create workplace safe spaces for people that get stressed out.
So
You know?
basically, workplace safe spaces for grown children.
Yeah, yeah. Because that's exactly what it is. I mean, I hate to put it in any other context because any other
Leia
context
Valor.
would be
Sorry, Trooper.
incorrect.
Sorry, Trooper. Hang on, Trooper.
Okay.
Leia, what do you think of all this so far?
I well, let's see. When you post the topic and I didn't get around to do it, I was going to ask you specifically when you said parenthood, what were you covering? Were you covering parenthood in the media, or parenthood in society, or parenthood in entertainment?
All the
All,
above.
all
All
the
the above.
above. All the above.
We're this is this we got a lot to talk about. Trooper started us off really good with these links that he shared so far in the private chat, and me sharing in the public chat right now. Like I said, the Sydney Watson's video triggered this specifically.
Hmm.
Another thing was twofold. Mother's Day and Father's Day. Um, what's really triggering for me is that when, and especially we got Mother's Day happening last month, right?
Right.
Uh, saw on Reddit that somebody was happy was wishing a man a happy Mother's Day in a Mother's Day card. I don't like that.
I don't
So
like that either.
now that was only one instance. Is usually when it comes, you know how we all know how this goes. When it comes when we do celebrate the men, it's only one instance.
Hmm.
But come come Father's Day, oh my goodness, there's gonna be a lot of women that's gonna be wishing themselves a happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
Some lonely broads that really want to pat themselves on the shoulder. I'm like, well, where were you in Mother's Day? You had your chance. I'm sorry, but look. There's a reason why it's called a Father's Day and a Mother's Day. You don't need no self congratulation in Father's Day. You had self congratulation in Mother's Day last month. You had your chance. You're done. Continue doing what you're doing. Same thing with your fathers. I don't want look a any self-respecting man that says Happy Mother's Day to themselves. I'm like, turn in your man card.
Here, I'll
Turn
give
your
you something here in private chat just because you brought
man.
up masturbation. Let's see.
You're funny.
Well,
But
I was.
Well, all it is,
I'm
all it
not
is
done yet.
from
I'm
the
not done
Royal
yet.
Society. It's just honestly, it's just a published paper saying that men do tend to think with their testes.
Anyways, no, but here's the thing. Same token on Father's Day, like
Yeah,
we've
yeah.
seen we see this mostly through women though. We see this mostly through women that women are so sorry to say this, Leia and Victoria and Melissa Harris. Victoria just came in. Hey Victoria, and hey Sam Proctor and Semele
Hey,
Olaki
Vic.
who also came. Who also have shown up. Thank you guys for showing up today.
Yep.
Um, we've gotten we all know where this is coming from. We all know where this came from, but we've seen a rise in women that are so self-congratulatory and so salivating, self-validating. Yes, I'm using both of those words to the point where they want to take everything that's geared towards men too. I'm like, you
Well,
got everything that you want that's geared towards women specifically. Mother's Day, Women's International Women's Day, uh uh uh
well, then
some month that has something to do about women and women in the workforce.
you
Uh
gotta
uh
ask though. Are they coming from an absent father home? Like you can have a father, but you can still be absent. You gotta. That's that's the person who comes to my mind because I know the three of us here. I mean, I can honestly say we had parents that knew how to set boundaries and you were told to say yes sir and yes ma'am, no sir, no ma'am. And
mhm.
it's like, and it was Happy Father's Day. It's like Happy Father's Day, Dad. You know that kind of thing. But I mean, if you
Now
have
it's Happy
women
Father's
that are
Day, Mom.
yeah, if you had that are anti-male, anti-female, then you got to ask, where were their parents? I mean, why are they lashing out in such a way? You know,
Oh yeah, let's get Denzel on them. Where was the father? Where was the father?
right? Right. And you got to ask because it's a valid question. Because I mean, women are going to look for men, and I hate, and it's an old axiom that are most like their father. Because I mean, it's that's how it kind of works. I mean, you're raised with those values, you're going to gravitate towards that. I mean,
Mhm.
unless it's something that was so caustic that you're going to look for the complete opposite. So
I pray for a day where we get somebody who actually will replace Denzel with his values and his charm, cause I am not ready for when that man leaves this earth.
Bone Collector was a good film. I'll
Knock
admit.
on wood.
That was back
Knock
when
on wood.
Angelina still looked like Angelina. She didn't look like the corpse of Angelina Jolie. So
That woman walking.
Yeah. I was just going to say, back to your original one part of your question, Commander. Um, the first thing I was going to say, and then I'm going to get to the point you brought up, because I do think you have a good point about I don't understand this happy Father's Day to mom. No, a Father's Day is for the dad. There is this this need, this driving need, really, to attack on masculinity and now attack on fatherhood and attack on the family unit as a whole,
Even
coming
motherhood.
from
Let's not
even
forget motherhood. That
yeah.
now they went after, like originally they were going after fatherhood. Now they've gone after motherhood, and they really when you really I like to bring up motherhood specifically is because they try to uplift single mothers most of all, and they crap on traditional mothers. If you notice
yep,
that too,
yeah, I noticed
Yeah.
that.
mothers who are stay at home moms who
Yes.
are who are
Oh
probably
yeah.
who probably
And that's
did get their
kind of
career, but actually slow themselves down to
and
settle
that's the hardest
down.
type of work. I don't care what anyone says, software developer or otherwise. I'm like full time mom is the hardest backbreaking type of work.
Full
And I
time
was all,
full-time motherhood, and I talked about this a couple of streams back about nannies and
Mm,
why I don't like the concepts of nannies, because
mm-hmm.
a nanny is basically a woman getting paid to do a mother's job.
Yep, 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 yep.
And I never, I even, I would have these conversations. I don't have children myself, but I would like talk to my sister and say, I know that if I was successful, or if I was, wealthy or famous or whatever, and I had the money, I would not hire a nanny, because I feel
Yep,
a nanny, you're paying a woman to be a mother.
yep,
And no, you motherhood mothers should have the same responsibilities as fathers do. We put a lot of pressure on fathers to be dads, to be there for your son, which rightly so, but mothers should be there too. And
yep,
I do not like that concept of nannies, where you have women, let's say they are financially successful, and they are trying to do it all. That's another cliche, is we've got a lot of women who are trying to plead the superwoman. They're trying to be the mother, the woman that runs, the CEO of the business, and be a mother as well. Ladies, I hate to tell you something, and a lot of them don't like it, but you cannot do both. That's
yeah.
why a lot of them are stressed out, depressed.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I
they
don't want to
want
bring
it
this
both
up, but
ways.
Well, that's why
postpartum,
they're having to turn to
drowning.
mommy
Yeah,
meditations. You missed
yeah.
that part, Leia. We were talking about mommy meditations in the first article where like there's now websites where a mommy can go to
Isn't that
if
something? And you know the
if
funny
it's
thing
too
is,
much, if it's too much to be an SJW mom, they can go ahead and do a mommy meditation. I'm like, I don't understand that. You have to watch your kids. Like the 10 minutes you're gonna spend taking deep breaths, your kids could be putting a fork into a socket. So
and
I don't understand it. I
you
don't.
know it's funny, and it's funny. I grew up with a mother that didn't have that. You know, not no, I'm not saying the mommy meditate. They didn't, because my mother did work full time and
Hmm.
raised me and my two sisters. She
Yeah.
worked a full time job and raised me and my two sisters. But
Mm.
it how I had to do, both my parents were full time, you know, for us to survive. But mom was always there every morning to get us off from school, make sure we had our breakfast, get us off of school, be there for parent teacher conference.
Mm.
And what they did is they worked different shifts, because my mother worked in a nursing home, so she worked the midnight shifts, and my dad worked the afternoon shifts,
Mm.
and they would rotate so someone would be home with us.
Right.
But she was but there was no nanny or babysitter unless mom and dad wanted a night out with the adults or the parents. Occasionally they had to get a babysitter, or a family member would babysit, you know. She would get a
Mm.
family member to babysit us. It was never someone paid. But my mom was always there to, she said, every morning I got off from work, before I went to bed after work an 8 hour midnight shift, I made sure that I was dressed and ready to go to school, you know. So, and made sure our clothes were cleaned, and when we needed our school clothes, she went out and shopping and did there to do our homework and did all those things. So maybe the way
Hmm.
I was raised with a mother that, and my mother said how she did it. She said, well, she said she read lots of books about being a parent, being motherhood. What does motherhood mean? Being reading books about what happens when the
It's
kids
usually she
go
usually
to
started off with the
kindergarten.
Bible.
That
Yep.
too. Yeah,
Mm.
that too. That too. She's a spiritual person. And she told me, she said, when she was raising us, she said, well, I read books on parentinghood and what happens when from the time you were born to it's time to get you school age. Everything I needed to know, you know, I would teach you all about that.
I will say this though, going back
Nice.
to the whole
Nice. That just, yeah, that just affirms everything we had talked about earlier with
yeah,
the in
no,
stream.
what I was gonna say
That's
was about the whole Mother's Day and Father's Day thing, right?
awesome. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you right now. My mom asked me, "You gonna wish me Happy Father's Day?" I'm gonna tell my mom. I'm like, Mom, do you want me to disrespect you? After many years of me loving and caring for you, when when I get around, when I've gotten the power to do so, especially of years of you taking care of me and my brother, making
Hmm.
sure that we wake up early in the morning, going to school, wake us up early in the morning to get us ready to go out there and get a job, or at least encourage us to get a job. You really want me to disrespect you by calling you father? You are my
Mm-hmm.
mother. You were never my father. You were always my mother. That's no disrespect to you, but first and foremost, you were my mother. Happy Happy Mother's Day
Hmm.
is the best thing I could tell you.
Right.
We are pet, and I called you and wished you that early, by the way, and that's all I wanted to do that day, was to wish you a Happy Mother's Day and be thankful for you giving me life. For me to call you my father is the utmost disrespect, because then you're asking me to really put you on the same level as my father, whom you have some small grudge against for him not being there for the majority of my life. He's been there in my life. Man, I'm sick about that. But for the majority, you're very upset with him
Right.
for not always being there where it counts, where it really counted. So you really want me to wish you a happy Father's Day on behalf of my father and put you on the same level as him? That's just for,
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, like
Mm-hmm.
I love you, mom, but to me,
Yeah.
and me being old school, raised by the old school, by the way, that is a sign of disrespect. That means I'm actually trying to put you on the same level as a man when you're supposed to be a woman. I treat you like a woman. I
Hmm.
should not be treating you like a man. Just like my dad on the same token, that'd be me wishing him a happy Mother's Day. I heard that.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
Nah, it's all
Yeah.
good.
No, well,
It's
but
all
my
live.
speech,
So
I'm gonna get to the end of my speech. I'm like you think I would disrespect Dad by wishing him a happy Mother's Day by putting him on the same level as a woman? There is like we're still born equally, but there's always a difference. And I respect you enough to call you my mother. So happy Mother's Day to you. But I'm not gonna be wishing you a happy Father's Day. I love
Well,
you.
see,
yep, yep,
well,
yep.
see, that's perfect. Well, see, it's back to
Uh,
what
be-
I was saying.
sorry.
Oh,
Let,
I'm sorry.
let, let me let me add something to that. Let me add something to that. And if I hear my
Hmm.
brother say that, I'm like, you are a disrespectful piece of. I'm trying not to swear this time, guys. Trying to be a little bit sly with my crassness. I'm trying to wear out that influence that Troy has on me. Yeah.
I can tell you how to do that. I can tell you how to do that. So,
What's up? What's up? What'd you say, Trooper?
I said I can show you how to do that.
Oh yeah. Werewolf meditation. No I'm kidding. Yeah, but yeah, if I hear my
Oh yeah,
my
yeah,
brother
yeah.
say that, I'm a really be on him. I'm like, hey, don't you ever disrespect our mother like that. It's Happy Mother's Day. Father's Day is relegated to fathers. She had her moment of celebration on Mother's Day. That has passed now. Don't ever call her father. She is our mother. Period. She gave birth to us. She raised us as a mother, not as a father.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree.
Hmm.
I agree.
Hmm. I absolutely agree, and I absolutely agree with you. And as I said before, going back to the mothers, you can't do both. A lot of women want to do both, but you can't. You can't do both. That's why you have to be absolutely positively sure you are ready. You have to be absolutely positively sure you are ready for motherhood. If you are a working woman, you're in the office, you're the CEO, you're running your business. If you decide you want to have children, you're going to have to make some sacrifices, because you're making a decision that is forever. You're a mother forever. Even
Mm.
if your kids, when they become college, school,
Ah,
college,
unless you
they,
take that contraception.
yeah, you are one forever. And I think these women look at motherhood. It's not. It is a job, but it's also a way of life that you just
No,
can't put off
no.
on
Here's the
anybody
thing,
else.
Leah. I don't mean to cut in on you like that. It
Hmm.
ceased to become a job now. Now they invented so many ways to get out of
Yeah,
that
yeah. Now
situation
it's just a status. It's not even a job. It's just a status. I mean,
Yes, yeah, it
and
is.
yeah,
trend
yeah. Like it's
and
something else that you
brownie
put on
point.
your identity checklist.
Yeah,
It's
it
no
is.
it's no longer prioritized. It's no longer it's stigma. If anything, it's stigmatized now. If anybody's doing it correctly, it gets stigmatized
Yep, yep,
once
yep.
it's done if it's done correctly. But it being a job, no, it's not a job anymore because career is now above that important job that woman does in her life.
Oh
That
yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's not that's now the new job for the woman.
Yeah, they're trying
Um,
to push you to use tech now to raise your kids, and tech should be okay, and I just keep bringing up mommy meditations to get Brian Gil Martin all wound up, because if you watch the comments, man, it's like for a lot of us, we aren't even cognizant of what these people are pushing onto all these SJW parents, but yeah, it's a thing. It is a thing. It's like, if you can't handle being a mom, oh, just turn on the channel and, go into your Zen space. It's like, no, there's such a thing as responsibility. You do like Leia's mom does.
Hmm.
You read the books, you ask questions, and you do the best that you can, and the outcome will be fine if you do the best you can. So
My mom worked. My mom was told us she worked to pay the bills and so we could eat.
yeah,
She said if we were financially set as a family, you could call us back then. We were like middle class. We were financially set. She would have been a stay-at-home mom, but she said we got to eat, pay the bills, pay the
yep,
rent. make sure you close. So I've got to go and I've got to work and do my job.
Yep.
Hmm.
If you are a woman and your husband is financially set and you can afford to be a housewife, good for you. They shouldn't be, housewives should not be looked down upon. I think it's terrible that working women put them down, because motherhood is a blessing.
Oh
It
yeah.
is a
Yeah, you
job.
all that talk
It
about
is
sisterhood, and
important.
y'all want to
Yes,
tear each other down for whatever other accomplishments that you think is was way above the most important. That's the thing that they really like traditional wives, traditional women are really fighting really hard to really keep the mommyhood of tradition alive. Cause and right on, sisters, right on, keep fighting that good fight. Cause I'm seeing it now. I'm like that's messed up how these women are all preaching about sisterhood, and they want to leave these kind of women behind
Well,
because they choose
well,
to live a life of comfortableness
these are
and
the
till it's time to get the kids to bed,
yes. Hmm.
but here's the
get
thing.
them to school, get their oatmeal made,
Yeah,
or at least have a home cooked breakfast ready.
here's the thing. I mean, these are the women that raise our men, that raise our soldiers, that raise our doctors, that raise our lawyers. You take that woman out of that picture, call her a person. You know, who is raising that child? I want to know who is, because it's
Hmm.
obviously not the parent. Like, I mean, we
Mm-mm.
can't even call them by their gender at this point. So, I mean, women set the mark. They set the moral standard. They set the values. They give the example for the type of woman that you go out into the world and you go find. You know, they're the metric that you use when you're trying to have some form of compromise with another person, because you have these conversations with your mother. Well, can I do this? No. Can I do that? No. Well, what can I do? Well, if you do your room, I'll let you do that. Okay, I'll go do that. I mean, those are the type of
Hmm.
conversations that really get ingrained in your mind. And that's literally the type of conversation that you have later on in life, with bosses, with instructors, with professors, with other friends. And you take compromise out of the picture, then all you have is black and white. It's either this or that, and that's where we are right now, where you're either an SJW or you're not. You're either a conservative or you're not. You're either a pop culture lover or you're not. You're a toxic fan. We're literally having these conversations are literally playing themselves out in lifetime. Either you're for multiculturalism or you're not. And you can't have that. Like, somewhere in the middle there is a compromise, and you need to be able to have that. And if you can't have that, then everything that you're seeing going around us right now is what happens. It's the result of not being able to communicate, on a high, uh, I don't want to say a high level, but on a more intrinsic type of
Intimate.
discussion that you need to have, from one individual to
I
another.
was saying intimate.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. So,
Uh, what you want to add to this, Leia? I'm pretty sure you have something to say.
Yeah, well, it basically goes back to what I'm seeing and I'm noticing again. If you are a woman, if you decide you're ready to have a baby and a child, you got to be ready for it. You have to be ready to make those sacrifices. When I mean sacrifices, I mean you are going to raise the child, not the nanny. And that's the way a lot of them think. A lot of them, for those who are wealthy, for instance, it could be people who are not so wealthy. Maybe they get a babysitter or someone. But your job as a mother is to be a mother. You have to put that first over anything. And if you are not ready to do that, you are not ready to be a parent. That is
yep,
just pure, that is just a fact. You
yep,
are not ready to be a parent. So if you are ready to, they're trying to be everything, and you just cannot be everything. And now there is this talk of, that I don't like, is the roles are changing. Role
hmm
reversing is changing. I know one of the talks should say that um, Kamala Harris is in charge, and the white, so she's the vice VP, and her husband stays at home, so he's got the womanly job while Kamala
yeah,
has the man job. You see how the
hmm
roles are changing, and I'm like, I don't really like that
yeah.
Don't
It's a
that
prop
much.
problematic.
that up.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that
Look,
problematic.
yeah. I think
Like
it's
Look,
it's
I'm
meant to
okay
Gabrielle
with
protect
Union.
stay-at-home
your
dads.
family, and I think I've said this as well. It's
Here's the
meant
thing.
it's meant to
I'm
blur the
sorry.
lines.
Continue. Continue.
Oh no, no, no! I was going to say, and I've said this before, and they use Kamala Harris more than anyone because, of course, we have to make everything about color and gender now. But they're
Yes.
doing it to
Yes.
redefine the expectations of the black community, and they're also trying to redefine the role of a woman, and it's like trying to make the stay-at-home mom a demonized figure in society. Oh well,
Yes. I
you're a
agree.
throwback, you're a dinosaur, and it's like no, no, you have to have a mother at home. You just do, and if you can't, then that's where you have. I mean, they've ruined our quality of life to the point where almost both parents have to work. So yeah,
Yes.
you have to kind of trade. Yeah, you have to trade off. Like I remember at one point, you know, before my parents really went south on their relationship. It's like they worked opposing shifts, so someone would always be home. So, I mean, there was only maybe one point in my life, not in my brother's, but one point in my life where there was a nanny and I picked up some bad habits from the nanny. But when my brother was growing up, there was always someone at home, always. So, and it's like they always knew where we were. I mean, again, we're not talking about pagers or cell phones or giving a kid a cell phone so you can go ahead and you can get on an app and then GPS them to see where they're at. No, it's literally calling over to so and so's house. Hey, is my kid there? All right, he's not there. I get home. Hey, where were you? Oh, I was in so and so's house. Really? Because I just called him. You weren't there. Go get a switch. That kind of thing. So,
Right.
it, it's I hate to say it. Leia's been on fire about all this stuff when it comes to a woman's role, and they're trying to take away the value and the honor that comes with being a stay-at-home mom. They're trying to say that that's antiquated. It's not. So who's going to raise your kid? The government? Does Disney going to raise your kid? Apparently yes, because I mean, look at the way Disney is raising kids now. I mean, you have Frozen 2, you have all these franchises that are now literally quote reversing the roles. I mean, that's
Oh
what it is.
yes. Hmm.
I mean,
Yep.
all these other content creators have been talking about, oh, they're destroying our franchises, and I know we have too. I know we have too, and this is why this is an important topic to that and how it piggybacks onto that, because now that we're here talking about it, we can articulate the fact that we're we've surrendered our responsibilities as men and women to have our kids raised by the government, and so guess what? They are gonna look towards pop culture. And like Professor Geek said, hey, they're indoctrinating your kids, and they are. And I said, earlier in the stream, that's where that question
In the
has to be
case
discussed.
of how I'm seeing it, Trooper, when you
Homeschooling
say
or
that,
private schooling. Yeah,
it's reintroducing the plantation too, and it's on full
it is.
force.
It is.
It's not
It is.
specifically. I'm saying this is not specifically geared towards the black community. Oh yeah, if anything, like the black community will recognize it, but it's going
Yeah.
to be on a grander scale now because
Oh
the
yeah.
slavery is not going to know no skin color at this point. They want to say their own white friends because they don't see the same viewpoints as them. They want to enslave other people races and try to tell them how they should be raising their kids. That's why they're destroying them. That's why I'm not co-signing to and I know I said this before. I try not to bring them up too much, but BLM first
Yep.
thing on first thing on that list was getting rid of the nuclear family. I'm like,
Oh
excuse
yeah.
me,
Yeah. I mean,
excuse me.
look at these. So look at Zuckerberg and look at what's his head
I'm
with his
like,
little
hang on, trooper. I'm sorry,
Dorsey. There we go, Dorsey.
hang on.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
BLM. Have you learned nothing from, especially when y'all want to push that whole what's that project that they keep pushing? The 1619 project.
Which one? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It was
CRT.
the basis
That's
for
its.
critical
That's
race
its one.
theory too. But the 1619 project
Yeah.
that they keep pushing
Mhm.
that RJ had brought up in one of his videos. But I'm like, so let me get this straight. You want to eliminate the nuclear family. Did you forget that back then when the black slaves came to the auctions, what was the first thing that they did? What was the first thing that they did? What was the first thing that they did, BLM? Hell, I'm waiting. I'm not hearing anything. Oh, that's right. They separate the babies from the mommies and the daddies. They separate the mommies and the
Oh yeah.
daddies as well. They separate the
This is all
husband.
stuff that you're not going to learn in school. I mean, you're going to learn it through family members and through people that still know oral history. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's just how it is.
Like,
Like you're not going to get it in
ain't you the
school.
ones who said
That you're not going to
that
get. You're not going
America?
to get.
That, ain't you the ones that keep claiming that America is still a racist country, and yet you're pushing racist thought process within your movement. You want to separate the babies from the parents. You want to separate the mommies from the daddies. Oh, I get it because it's ran by three women with daddy issues. So you separate the
Well, that's
so you
okay.
start with
One of them
the
dipped out after she got
yeah
criticized for
we
her
yeah
poor
new
poor
development
no,
guys.
her homes.
Yeah, well, we'll see how
Yeah.
quick they'll reinstate her through some BS
Oh yeah, she'll
mental
come right back.
gymnastics.
She'll come right back. She'll sneak back in. That's
Am I
usually how
right,
it works
Leia?
in the
Am I
media.
right? They're gonna find a way to bring her back. Like like
Miss Colors.
like B Tam had report on it, but I'm yeah, I'm celebrating with you, brother, but let's see how quick they're gonna bring her back. This is not a win.
Mm,
This is not a win for us. Not a win at all. They're gonna find as they done with Marxist dictatorships and stuff like that. A lot of people have been reinstated or replaced or repositioned in many places once they step down. We've seen that.
yep. Yep.
Yeah, Brian Gilmore said slaves were separated from the families. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. They said they're going to
Yeah.
dismantle,
Yeah.
quote unquote, dismantle the nuclear family. Like, so slave auction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I mean, and if you really want to, if you really want to talk, stuff that was also going on. I mean, there was also, I mean, when we talk about slaves, there's also slave breeding. I mean, you bred the strong, strong men and women, so you could, quote unquote, get someone that was, with a better immune system. I mean, I hate to bring that kind of stuff up, but I
No,
mean, if
bring it
you
up.
look,
Bring it up.
say,
I already started. Let's keep
if you
digging that
look,
tunnel.
if you look at the American black versus the sub-Saharan black, they're like in terms of build, in terms of height, in terms of overall body strength and stuff like that. I mean, there's a big difference. I mean, someone who just came over from, say, mm, we'll, we'll say like Ethiopia and Nigeria tend to be the popular countries that we're getting immigrants from.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference generationally. There's a big difference in terms of build, in terms of health. Like, it's you know all these stories collectively put together paint a different picture. And to demonize the struggle that everyone went through, and then basically say that, oh well, this country didn't start when they threw the yoke off of British imperialism. It started when the first people landed in quote 1619, and you look at some of the facts and they don't actually add up. It's like, well, you're
Mm-hmm.
rewriting history so that you can go ahead and support your narrative that you know this country was quote unquote built on racism, and you can't have that type of ideology, because then it allows for what's going on right now. I mean, it allows you to literally break up the family, break up communities, you know, you know, break up friends, break up family members, whether they
Pretty
be the
much.
same skin color or not. It allows the government to come in and pretty much start placing pillars of what they want to keep themselves either in power or to more or less keep their vision of society running. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, what why do you think that pop culture has made such a 180 turn while in under 10 years? I mean, it was always going in this direction, but I mean, right after 2016, it just went over the cliff. I mean, we're at the point now where again, happy birthing person's day. It's
Oh wow, yeah, I heard that one.
you can't take you can't take a woman's pride away from her. You can't, because what is she left with if you take away her honor and her pride? I mean, you're taking away everything that makes her a woman. So,
I'm gonna say that to my mom, see how she reacts
well,
one of these days.
yeah, like I told you in the green room. I mean, like, you know, you
Honestly, when you hear
it's
that, it
tough,
sounds like
dude. It's
it
tough,
sounds like
man.
Johnny Depp when what he said in Dark Shadows. She has nice birthing hips.
Yeah, like it's tough dealing with these people. Like they don't understand that they're self-immolating just to be able to say they have more they they should have more access to the oppression pie than the next person. You can't do that. It's like, you know, that I mean, what has always really separated one individual from another has really just been the fact that they don't communicate as people. It hasn't been economic status. I mean, it has been to an extent, but I mean, again, that's why you have those government programs like public education, which we don't see. Again, we don't see public education as a government program, but it is that, you know. So, but that's only supposed to supplement, for the stuff that the working parent can't get to. Sort of like what Leia was saying. Is as long as we're financially stable and there's food on the table, then we're thankful, and that's a blessing. And you can't even say stuff like that now, because now that's considered some form of supremacy. So I mean,
As if the white man invented motherhood and fatherhood.
right, exactly. No, it's like that's unique to a woman. Doesn't matter skin color, and it's like you can't take that away from her. But here we are.
Let's celebrate all the mothers in the house, except for the ones that live a traditional lifestyle.
Except for the ones that have ovaries. So
Except for the
yeah,
ones that actually have true ovaries. Let's celebrate the
right,
two the same parents sex same sex parents. Yeah,
right,
let's call this one who's who I'm still gonna call a mother, a father
right.
too, since she's the quote unquote man of the relationship. Like, nope, you're a mother. Sorry,
Mm.
I'm only following
Oh
what nature
no,
is
you're good.
intended. Since you
I
respect
just
nature.
I
No. That's what I'm gonna say to them. I'm like no, I respect nature just like how like oh you're a fan of nature, right? You're a
yeah
fan of nature, right? You're a nature lover,
yeah
right? Well, that's how nature dictates. Like if you're a woman, you're still a mother. I don't care. I don't care if you look. I'm okay with you marrying the same sex, but you both are mothers, two mommies. You're not a daddy. You're not a man. Okay. Yes, you can be the masculine role of the relationship, but you're still a woman. You're a mother. Let's just keep it simple here. Just like you're simply calling me a man. You want to keep things simple with me? Let's keep things simple with you guys. Don't give me this mental gymnastics. I'm not gonna jump through your hoops. I'm not your dog.
right, right.
That's what I'm gonna start saying. I'm not your dog.
And what are dogs? Dogs are puppies that grow up wild, and they don't do what you want them to.
Oh
Quote
yeah,
in Vogue,
yeah.
EV3.
I remember that
Oh
one
no, no,
joke
no,
that this one
I
guy
can't.
said. He's like, I don't know why women compare men to dogs because dogs are loyal. They listen. And they're always right by your side.
Right.
I'm, I'm like, you know what? He's got a point there.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
that's one attribute you do not want to associate a man especially if you want to be on the man hating train there.
True, true. I mean, that's why we're getting this type of content. I mean, this is why, I'm going to say, Big Daddy government, approves of it, because, I mean, we've given so much of our personal responsibility over to government to not only raise
Personal
our kids, to make our food
responsibility,
choices.
personal
And that's something we were talking about earlier,
responsibility.
too. We were talking about food choices, fast
Hmm.
food and stuff like that. I mean, that's a convenience for you. I mean, that's not supposed to substitute for eating at home. I mean, okay, so Memorial Day, I didn't get to go to the VA cemetery, which I was a little bummed out about, but whatever. Um,
Right.
so we just did like a small, small steak dinner. I didn't want to stay home, so my brother and I, we went out. There's this woman in line, of course, of size. Her kids. olive size, and we're talking from 8 to 15 to whatever. But I see this type of stuff, and I have to ask myself, I had limits put on me as to what I could and couldn't have at home. Like, I could go trick or
Mhm.
treating and get all the candy that I wanted, but at the end of the night, I had to turn all that candy in, and I never got any of it. So, and
Mhm.
that was my mother's way of, you know, measuring the sugar intake in the house. As far
As a
as
mama, as a
cereal,
woman
yeah,
should.
no Lucky Charms. If there was Lucky Charms, it was because I was behaving. Other than that, it was just normal, Weetabix, or even as far as Cheerios. If I got Kicks, that was fantastic. But other than that, I mean, maybe a Captain Crunch, but that was like sporadic. But nowadays, because everything is so accessible, everyone treats eating fast food as normal. There are parents that literally give their kids fast food every night because they don't want to cook. It's like you're not
Mm-mm.
doing yourself any service by creating a lifetime of health problems for your kids. You don't start them off on their worst foot. You try to do what's best for them and hope that they make the right choices. So I mean, we see a big change in parenting, you know, from you know from Leia's generation, our generation, you and I, Wolf, to the
Mhm.
incoming generations. You see a big difference. There is a big difference.
I
I
know
mean,
we
like
I
I
know
said,
I know we ragging on the women more because it's like I said, it's really coming from the women a lot. Like we have a lot to say about the dads. We could have a lot
oh
to say
yeah, I
about the
mean that's what they're
dads.
attacking the most. They're attacking the women the most. I mean, dudes are easy. I mean, basically you go ahead and you sexualize everything, and you got
Call it
Cardi B, you got
misogyny.
Lil Kim, and it's cool. I want to be treated like a sex object, and I'm gonna get mines because I'm using power of the P to keep you with me. That all the rhyming crap. It's so it you know because like I sent you that Royal Society paper. Because we do tend to think with our underpants. It's kind of easier to get a man to deviate. But I mean, once you become a father, you have to take on that role of you set the boundaries in the house. You know,
Hmm.
and when it comes to even expenses, even if you give the money over to your wife, you still have to set the limits in the house because you're responsible for that household at the end of the day. You're not only responsible for those kids, you're responsible for your wife's well-being, and that's what people tend to forget. As a man, as a head of household, you have a larger responsibility to everyone under that roof. Um,
Hmm.
and if you can't do that, it's up to you as a man to figure it out. And it's if you have to learn to man up and you have to learn to take responsibility, and how you do that, that's up to you. Whether it's you figure out a solution, maybe it means, hey, you got to stop going out, and spending all this money, at these arcades, because that's where
Hmm.
you have the case of the man child. You got these grown dudes that still want to be 12, and it's like, no, it's the problem is what woman
Gotta
wants a
do your
12-year-old?
taxes.
They don't. No woman wants to
I've.
marry a 12-year-old man who's in their 40s. So,
Hmm.
but
And that's another thing that a lot of these women are really trying to push now too.
yeah, so
Really they they want to demand Fabio, but they
mhm,
really are a lot of these women are addicted to raising a child.
yep,
These wannabe choiceful childless women. Sorry, Leia, if you're hearing this. This is not pointing directly at you. It's not pointing directly at you. Neither the women in the chat either. I'm talking about these women that are talking a big game. The whole I don't need no man, or you know, I want a man that listens and sensitive, and like no, a man don't owe you sensitivity. Neither does a woman owe a man sensitivity. They can give it to you, but they don't owe it to you. And that
mhm,
and that that's where we get a lot of boys than men in that regard, because they demand sympathy and sentiment and sensitivity And when they finally get it, they're still not happy because now
Yeah.
they realize that they're raising a child rather than an adult. Now it's become it's like what you've been saying
Yeah, yeah. Now they're raising
all
the entire
these
household.
months now since we began this whole team up. It's it becomes it becomes a problem when it
Hmm.
becomes a burden to them. Now now they're dragging dead weight,
Yep.
and that's a problem for them. But
Yeah. Yeah.
you create that dead
Yep.
weight. You create that dead weight.
Yep.
Like take woman up and
Yep.
and take responsibility for
I
your
agree.
actions. You are responsible for the man child that you created, and you're responsible for the man children that you created by laying around by do
Yep.
uh we all can point the finger at everything that woman related that brought about this, the sexual revolution, the later the start of
Yeah.
feminism period.
All right, man. I
Huh?
gotta escape hatch out of here. Yeah. It was fun hanging out with you guys today, especially everyone in chat. I got a bolt. Like I said, it's time for me to get
Oh, it's gonna
started.
be
But
me by myself talking to
Wolf, it was
myself.
awesome. Leia, it was
Latest.
awesome. You brought up some
Yeah,
great
thank
points.
you.
So, all right, guys, it's Trooper FN 2525. I'm dipping out. I hope everyone has a great day. Go ahead and hit like, share, subscribe, and I'll catch you.
All right, Tuesday. Yeah, yeah, Trooper has a engagement to deal with right now. So you guys let everybody let him know that you guys love him. He's gone through the ringer a few times. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So it's for now until Leia gets back. It's gonna be just me. Sitting here by myself and talking to myself, and that's chaos. My Jeff Goldblum impression. So you know what? While I'm waiting for Leia to get right in, I might as well just dig into your delicious comments. So let me start from the top. Now we that's been a while. That's been a while since I said that. Start from the top. Now we're here. Start from the top. Now the whole team here. Start from the top. Now we're here. Brian Martin, 30. Good lord, not even 30 minutes in. I'm almost, I'm almost feel a rant coming in. Yeah, you've been doing that for quite a while. Also, Hell Lobster, Hi Lobster says. He also says, sounds like this author is perfectly fine with mothers who abandon their kids. Oh yeah, it's gonna be if our country crashes, and I mean a great full on crash. There's gonna be a lot of dumpster babies. If you ask me, I mean, my wife, she looked across this overseas, and man, she sees some stuff. She sees some stuff, some crazy stuff. And if we're not careful, we can end up like that. I mean, our economy is it's fluctuating weirdly, you know. But if we're not careful, we could end up like any impoverished third world province, if you will. Some weird shit that happens over there. Excuse me, I didn't even mean to cuss. Excuse me. Let me clear my throat real quick. Excuse me. Had to clear my throat. Melissa Harris. She's probably saying something. Oh, she's listening to the stream with Jake. Brian Martin. He's got you've been on a roll, man. You've been on a roll. He's talking about telemarketers earlier. Sam Proctor just got home from work. This is an important topic. Yes, it is a very important topic, but I would like for the Lady Valor to come in and join me, and we bounce off each other. I'm nothing without my crew, by the way. Crying out loud, whatever happened to letting kids be kids? What they need to be taught about these social issues? Yeah, they need to cut that out. They really need to cut that out. Let me see. Saying Olaki says, gotta have a united front of the kids. I don't know what he means by that, but yeah. Yeah. Uh, Melissa Harrison's son says, my late ex husband, Mark rest his soul, used to whoop our kids' anuses with a belt when they got in trouble and ground them before belt whoopings become illegal by libtards. Trying to be less juvenile this time, guys. I know I've been quite juvenile with my swear words lately, and I'm trying to steer away from that. Trying to be a better a more dignified wolf commander. I am a commander, so I got command respect and not sound like a teenager. But good on you guys for doing your best not to be very crass. Uh, a man's fists are the only safe space he needs. Yep, that's the only power that he needs. I like that Victoria Beckoff comes in. She's like, "Are you okay?" Sarah Proctor says, I first heard that phrase in Shapiro's podcast last Mother's Day. Sounds like something the AI in the Matrix would call a human mother. Yep. So they want. That's the thing. Look, I'm okay with them becoming robots later on in life. That's them. Like that would make sense. But as of right now, they're still human. They should not be called. They should not be calling mother that. They should not be labeling mothers like that. It sounds overly needlessly convoluted too. Baby birthing parent. That's a long title. Baby birth. Like what was so wrong with mother? What's so wrong with mother? Because you don't want to gender things no more. That's your issue, not ours. Yeah, he's on the warpath. Yeah, Victoria. I that's the reason why I prompted stream. Yeah, that's the first time I heard that one too. And when I heard that, I was volcano. Like that's something you do not call parents. So what? I'm really anxious to hear what name they got for the father. I really am. I really am very curious and anxious to hear their designation for the father, because for the mother they got baby birth and parent. And let's also not forget the new term for breastfeeding, chest feeding. Excuse me. See, this is why this you they're the reasons why they create feminists are now become turfs. You know what I'm saying? This is the reason why we got turfs now. Try not to get too violent, Brian Martin. Let's not go to jail now. Be your better self. Shocking, yes it is. I love Sam Proctor's line here. It says full-time mothers choose the most selfless jobs. I like that you gave it a better phrasing. Even if you didn't need to, but you gave it a better phrasing. Yes, Melissa. Even if it again, here's the thing. If they are same-sex parents, there should at least be an opposite sex role model. Period. You cannot teach a Two moms cannot teach a boy how to be a man. A man is supposed to teach a boy how to be a man. Two dads cannot teach a girl how to be a woman. A woman teaches a woman how to be a woman. Takes a woman, regardless. Two dads cannot teach a girl to be a woman. They just can't. Nope, nope, nope. Not the same. Not even the same as two mothers can teach a boy, and boys get the worst. I'm gonna say this right now. Boys get the worst when it comes to having. I mean, if you have a single mom, but two moms, I would say that's a bit worse. But if by some miracle that the boy comes out okay, then I'm willing to retract my statement. But so far, I've yet to come across a child from a two mom parenting, specifically a boy, to come out normal from that. it's getting to the point where I I hate to say this, but same-sex marriage was a mistake. Just saying, it was a mistake. Or at least rather they didn't. We didn't do enough experimenting, social experimenting. I mean, yeah, Brian Gilmore, the 1690 project is based on critical race theory. Yep, and slaves separated from the. Yep, I already pointed that out. You guys have been talking at the far bottom. I'm just catching you guys from the very beginning. So let's speed it along. Well, here's the thing, Victoria Fact about that's the whole point of it. It will also tire you out. All that energy will be that grease that you're taking in from that fast food will be clogging up your pores, your whatever system that clogs up. It drains energy out of you. Really, it drains a lot of energy out of you. So I noticed that when I was eating a lot of fast food back then, I was like, I'm getting a bit too tired. But since then, my wife has been cooking me meals, when it counts, which is always. I've always got better energy, and of course, I gotta work on getting better rest. Still haven't been doing that lately. Trying to, guys, trying to. I'm trying to go a bit earlier now. The WOG is here. Let's see. He's trying to catch up. He's been catching up with Brian Gil Martin. I like your reaction. Sam Proctor says Luke didn't sound so good. Maybe we should talk to him, Han. He'll talk when he's ready. Sam Proctor is gearing me up for another comment that was from the previous chat that was passed. Okay, let's hear it. He says, I just watched an interview between Jordan Peterson and Yomi Park, a North Korean/Chinese refugee. She points out the Chinese camps punish people for what their specific ancestors did. I think I know who you're talking about. Gothics probably had an interview with her too. I've seen that video with Gothics, and to hear what she said about what was going on in China. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that's the same person, but yeah. That's where the victimhoods lead to, yeah. A lot is Diamond Powell says men can be sensitive, but they also can be strong, ranging from physical to emotional. Yeah, I'm just saying the bottom line is that you don't want too much of that. It leads to school shootings for one. It leads to murders in the marriage and even murdering the offspring as well. If they're too sensitive, they can't handle anything that comes their way. So so in order to deal with it, they terminate it. And I don't know when the Lady of Valor is going to come back. That must be a very important phone call. Which no rush. If she can hear me, no rush. Just reading the comments right now. Yeah, this is what I was laughing about. Seeming giver. Yeah, they yeah, it's always equating to the privates, isn't it? They always associate the man with the privates. Sperm bank what was the funniest one? I'm pretty sure feminists like to call us that. Um, Victoria Vagval asks, "What's wrong with the term breastfeeding?" It's about the breasts, Victoria. It's that same situation with the breasts. Like when you and I were on Ishii's stream that one time when they brought up the fact that they photoshopped over the teenage girls chest cleavages. For some reason women have a problem with their breasts. These type of women, I mean. So they want to change the term chest feeding, or at least they're using the term chest feeding because apparently men can give milk. Trans men, I mean, or at least they want to live in this fantasy where men can be women and women can be men, of course, and that's where the term chest feeding comes from. So they want to eliminate the breast. They truth be told, these type of women, these type of SJ hobo women, they want to get rid of women. They say they want to get rid of men, but really deep down they want to get rid of women. Let's just be honest. They want to get rid of women. It's women wanting to get rid of women, but they want to get rid of the concept of the woman. Period. They want this is why they wear men's clothes mostly. And I'm not talking about tomboys. I'm not talking about tomboys. I'm talking about women that want to travel around in men's business suits, want to dress in suits mostly, not skirts, not wear a dress, whatever. They want to get rid of the form female. Period. That's what they want to get rid of. He said, Sam Project corrected himself. He said, wait, it was the North Korean camps. She specifically said, though, that's not much of a difference. Yeah, North Korea's screwed. It's screwed up. Oh, she's back.
Hello,
Okay.
I'm back.
I'm just
As,
I'm just
as,
read I'm just reading up over the comments real quick. I'm about to get over them soon.
okay,
Uh,
go ahead and continue. Don't let me stop your groove, and then I can pick up from there.
right. Donna Powell says it reminds me of same-sex parents who find surrogates to carry their kids to term. If they're unable to adopt, depending on the circumstances, surrogates can still be part of the kids. Yeah, I don't see why they shouldn't. I really like if it comes from if two men want to inseminate a woman, the woman should be by any right. It should still be by their right to raise a child too, to be the female role model. And dang it, please pick a good female role model to be a surrogate of your child if need be. If anything, the surrogate can be a nanny. Sorry, Leia, I don't mean to say that. I know how
That's
you feel
okay.
about that.
That's okay.
I would say the nanny position could work. I would say this: the place for the nanny could work for same sex parents.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of
Yes.
two
Yes.
dads, if it's two dads, the surrogate mother can work as a nanny. They could be they don't have to I would say they don't necessarily it's their choice if they want to claim the child as their child. They be the mommy and the daddies will be the two daddies, but they be two lovers. Like they don't even look. Sex don't even have to be anywhere in the equation at all. Just make sure the kid like if it's a boy or no, if it's a girl, that woman should be in that girl's life to really show her what it means to be a woman. Two
Exactly.
men are not two men are going to teach her structure in her life, security in her life. The woman is supposed to teach her nurturing and order. Because remember what I said about the war when I did the war on fatherhood and motherhood. You were there for that, weren't you?
Yes, I remember
Uh,
that.
uh
Yep.
yeah, like the mom is there to maintain that order, which means what the dad says. She basically she gives that nurture side to make the kids understand what the father is saying, and she also established order in her house as well while the father is away. So yeah, it falls what my views towards parenting is, despite me not being a parent myself. But like this is what I'm seeing when it comes to traditional parenting. You know
Yes.
how I come to understand it. Uh, right. He also add providing them the means of how to be a man or a woman. Yeah, if it's reverse, reverse role reversal. Sorry, excuse me, vice versa. Green Boss says, while my niece's dad is a doofus and wants nothing to do with her, she at least had me and my dad as her male figures. Yeah, that's almost kind of almost sound like me and my brother, sadly. For a time, I don't know what's the status of him getting his snoot together, but whatever. Oh, Brian Gamar says they associate the women with their private parts too. Yeah, they wear them on their heads at one point. So yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Oh, Simon Proctor also says, while you're off topic, I finally finished Alien Isolation last night. Turns out I gave up on the last level the last time I told you about it months ago. Yeah, that one's a doozy. I haven't played it, but I've seen a playthrough of it. It's pretty much of a doozy. Oh, almost
No,
jumped.
uh-uh.
Hang on. We'll we'll
Sure,
we'll we'll, we'll we'll get there. We'll get there.
sure. Go ahead and
Uh,
read them.
no,
Yeah.
Donald Powell says old school feminists like Christina Hoff Summers will not associate with the current form of feminism, seeing it be perverted by the third and fourth wave. So true. And that's probably all I'm going to do. So, Leia, if you
Yeah.
want to take the reins, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to actually, were you done with the topic for the day after Trooper left? Sorry, I couldn't catch him. Goodbye. But are you still on the topic, or did you want
We're
to
still on
move on?
topic.
No.
Oh,
Um.
it's about parenting. It's all about parenthood. Period. Just like while you were away, me and Trooper had mentioned like we could say we can try to say just about enough about fathers, but we're mostly ragging on the women on the mothers more because this is mostly coming from the women. Women are leading the charge of this nonsense. Whereas you'd be hard pressed to find men pushing this whole thing, or at least there's at least a sum total of beta males that are trying to say women power, girl power, and all that stuff, and women rule the world with that thing between their legs and all that stuff. Do you believe in that saying? By the way, Leia.
No, I feel that, well, this idea of women rule the world has been amped up recently since 2016, when some people or some groups felt the election did not go their way. So now they're taking this as some sort of plight against women. Um, when women have had places of authority throughout the years in history, but since these SJW wackos only see things beyond 2014, uh, they 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 can't see that women have had very powerful positions. But what we all have to remind is that nobody, again, I go back, I know I keep, but nobody in this world is perfect. Men are not perfect and women are not perfect.
Mm-mm.
And I do feel that men and women's bodies, and they don't like it, but I'm going to say it because I have I believe in God, that God makes no mistakes, and He designed men one way and women another. And what makes our differences are not should not be taken as our weakness. They're meant to complement each other. And by
Hmm.
nature and God-given nature and motherly instinct, we are nurturers. Every woman has a motherly instinct. It's just when it kicks in. I'm not a parent myself, but when I was helping taking care of my nephews for my sister, that this motherly it's hard to explain it, but it just you just get this natural skill to want to take care of
I'm gonna back you
this
up
baby,
on
you
that.
know.
I'm gonna back you up. One time I was walking my niece home after we had went to get something from the store for my mom.
Hmm.
Uh, he's a known I hate to say transient, but let's just call him crackhead. Crackhead was approaching me, trying to talk to me, and I immediately pull my niece behind me. and had a fist balled up
See, yeah.
while while trying while trying to move around him, trying to make sure my niece was not anywhere near him. And we were crossing the street, and he was like, he had us like dead in the middle of the street, and like, I need to get across the street right now, and like don't you step close to me, don't you step close to me. I'm ready to risk getting AIDS or HIV blooding you up with my fist, man. You don't come near my niece. You don't come near me or my niece. Like you asking me for some change, get away from me.
See,
But
that's
yeah.
that. Yeah. See, that's that. That instinct is already in you. That instinct. It may not be motherly, but it's still a protective instinct because men are protectors.
Hmm.
So the role of the men is to protect that femininity and to protect that strength, and that's a natural instinct. Even though she's your niece, she's not from you. You know, not born of you. You still have that instinct in you to protect. And the oldest nephew, he's 23. Now my youngest nephew is autistic, but the oldest, yeah, he has autism. But my
Hmm.
oldest nephew really he really goes out of his way to make sure that he is safe and that he's protected. And because especially with these bullies, because these bullying now is just it's worse than it's ever been. And he protects them because he has autism and he knows he's probably be sort of bullies, but he takes very seriously protecting my younger nephew when my sister and her husband can't be there. And
Right.
he's not a dad himself, but I even tell him himself, I said, now look, I know I'm talking to teenage hormones from hell, but he grown now, but I know I'm your hormones, but I'm telling you right now, boy, if you're not ready to be a father, you better take responsibility, get yourself some protection, and make it very clear that if you're not to be a dad yet, I just told him straight up, if you're out there, if you're not ready to be a father, because I told him, if you out there and you're not using protection, the girl gonna get pregnant. Don't come running to me or saying you didn't expect it. So I always tell him that every single
Yeah.
time.
Now that you bring that up, I'm gonna
Because he said
contact my niece.
he said I don't want responsibility. I don't want nothing. I said, well, you better protect yourself.
Hmm.
You
I'm gonna
better
be
make
like
sure
that
you
with my
protect.
niece. If anything, I'm gonna buy her a pack of condoms and put it in her purse. Like, you better
Yes,
keep. I'm gonna tell you right now. Look, at your age, you are free to do what you like, open your legs to whomever you like, but you better wrap it up, and you better make sure he wrap it up. And if he don't wrap it up, call any of us, and have us pick you up. Period. If he don't
exactly,
wrap it up, if he ain't gonna wrap it up, call us. I don't care where you at. Where you at? We gonna be out there ready for you. But
exactly,
but if you're gonna make that decision, wrap it up and make sure because if he ain't respecting you enough to wrap it up, then he ain't worth it. He ain't look. If you're not of the mind of bearing a child, he ain't worth it. Period. If he ain't patient enough with you to wrap it up. Because even if a man ain't ready for a child, a man should be respectful enough for a woman to wrap it up.
that's right. Yeah.
It's not like you making a marriage proposal on his behind. Try, try, he ain't even make it. Here's another thing. You're not making a demand, dude. We come from a COVID era, bruh. We came from a COVID era. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Victoria has a
I
question
agree.
for you.
Okay.
You want? Let me
I
pop
can't.
it up real quick.
Yeah, you keep out up.
Yeah, she says, lay up to you. She says, what if a father get a nanny because a mother is either dead or she left? Would that be okay?
Yes, that's an understandable situation. That's an understandable situation. That I can understand. So I don't rat on that. I mostly is speaking of the mothers who are there. and they are capable of being mothers, and they are putting that paying someone to do their responsibility. But in the case of a widower, I can completely understand, because that's a
Yeah,
lot on their shoulders to handle. It is a lot on their shoulders to handle. And for dads, like you
that's
said,
all.
they 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 are probably used to that mother doing a lot of the nurturing, and they have to learn it themselves. So I can understand that as an understandable situation. But I was particularly to these moms that are capable of handling their responsibility, but don't, but put everything on the mother.
Right. Um, yeah, we've seen that often depicted in movies too. Now I'm actually ready to cover the media aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I was hoping that Trooper was going to be here for the long haul when we finally get around to talking about the but I'm pretty sure if he was still here, we probably would never have gotten crossed that bridge. But that would be fine. That would be fine. That's why we always do a repeat episode so we can cover that aspect. But oftentimes when you see the media when a nanny is involved, it's usually either is usually the not either it's usually the lover has passed the spouse
Yes.
in many
Yes.
cases, especially in the 90s, especially in you got that a lot when it came to dead parent cliche as they like to call it. I don't understand why that's a negative cliche. That's not like you guys are really got to really take into consideration on what you're saying about certain cliches in movies, like the dead parent cliche. I'm like yes, it's a cliche, but it still happens in real life. It still happens in real life. Like somebody lost their mom or their dad to unforgivable circumstances or circumstances that were not in their control. By
Mm-hmm.
unforgivable circumstances, I'm talking about a parent was murdered or killed, maybe killed in circumstances beyond their control, accidental deaths or illness for other like. You know what I'm saying?
You're
So
right.
I don't understand why that was ever a bad cliche. Of course, because you watch Sima Sins.
I don't know why
I'm
you did
sorry.
that. Go ahead,
No,
continue.
I'm saying I always blame Sima Sins for all the stuff that people are hating that should really be a non-issue, a really non-issue. Now, I will say this: if it's dead parent, like yeah, you I'll be lenient with them. They couldn't find an actor or an actress to play the second parent, so they went with the dead parent. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you guys gotta be I like guys, you gotta be respectful of that. Sometimes time and money. Maybe they couldn't hire some woman to play the mother. Maybe they couldn't hire a man to play the father. So what do they do? Dead father. And even if they did hire somebody to play the mother or father and their job on that movie was to die, that should not be a bad thing either. Because two things could have happened. Either A, uh, true blue storytelling technique, or B, they didn't have enough money to keep that actor. That actor was there for just one scene and one scene only, and it was ran against their schedule, if anything, right?
Right.
Um, but I'm going on a tangent. You anything you want to add to the nanny thing? Any more to the nanny thing?
Well, well, you do have what you bring up. What about television? When a TV show has a single parent, it could be either the writer intended that way, or like you said, maybe at the time they could not hire another actor or actress, so for a time the character will be single until they find an actor or an actress, and then they can maybe make it a two-parent home. Now in the 90s, back in the day, I used to love to watch the Fran Drescher show, The Nanny. That was a fun little show where Fran, if it, I don't know if you in the chat it knows that it's rerun on, Nick at Night used to rerun it, and I
Mm-hmm.
think HBO Max is running it. Tubi, what is it? Tubi, Pluto
To be.
Television. Yeah, Tubi, Pluto Television is running it. But the nanny, she became a nanny because the man, Maxwell Sheffield, this Broadway producer, lost his wife to cancer.
Mm-hmm. I love
So
that
in
show,
that,
by the way.
yeah, yeah, I did like that show. So in that case, I didn't have a problem with it because they lost their mother. But what I did notice, the only thing I noticed about the show, the duties that Nanny had to do, Nanny basically, even though the circumstances was different, but basically she was being paid to be a mother. She's basically was there to do motherly things.
essentially.
That's what she was basically do. She was there to be a mother. She had to cook for them, make for their clean for them, help them with the things that a mother does. So that just got me thinking about, now I don't have a problem with the circumstances because he lost his wife. So I can see
Hmm.
why he would need a nanny. But when I looked at, as I watched the show and I looked at all the nanny had to do, I said, well, she's basically being paid to be a parent. She's basically doing mother's duties. Now, my gripe is for women who are not dead, and they are putting those motherly responsibilities on the children. Because how many stories have we have about celebrities or socialites who say they were more closer to the nanny than they were their own mother, because the mother was
Mm.
putting the nanny off on them. So that was what I was making. What my point was,
Apparently,
even,
these mothers never
yeah,
seen the hand that rocks the cradle.
yeah. Apparently they didn't.
I'm like,
They didn't.
y'all, for those who are just who let movies, you know, give you the information. Yeah, this would be the right information to get it from. You better watch out with these nannies.
Oh yes. How many stories have we heard about celebrities who women who have lost their husbands to the nanny? I'm trying to think of a couple of.
Mm.
I can't think of one right away, but
Or
there
lost their children to the nanny.
was the children to the
Some that
nanny,
remember
or the
remember the Montel William show when he talked about women that were trying to steal babies from other women.
yeah,
Remember that?
yeah. I
He
remember those.
used to cover those topics. I'm like, oh my goodness, there's women out. I was a kid hearing that. I was like, oh my goodness, there's women actually out there trying to kill other women to get a baby. To get a baby?
Yes,
Yikes.
it's yeah. One very ghastly when a woman actually did it. She murdered a woman and cut the baby out her stomach because she
Mm-hmm.
wanted the
With a
baby so badly.
from what I
That's what she
heard,
did.
with a key.
Yep, she cut the baby out the stomach and passed the baby on as hers. That everybody knew right away something was wrong. But she murdered another woman to do it. She had befriended this woman, and was all friendly to him. When it got close to her delivery date, that's when she murdered her and cut the baby out and took the baby for herself. So they've gone. I That is just ghastly.
Mm,
They that desperate for a child. That is not normal. That
yeah.
is not normal. You adopt. That
Uh,
is.
I don't know if if that is part of the term cradle robbing, but it comes close.
Hmm.
It comes close.
And then you've
There,
had,
but go ahead. Go ahead.
and then we can get back to that. But then, yeah, then you've had husbands who's had affairs with nannies. I've heard lots of stories about
Mm,
husbands and nannies. They hire these young, cute little nannies, come looking in, young girl, all cute. They don't know if you're going to get a nanny, get an old, ugly one. You don't get a young, pretty college girl. And they
no.
come in, and sure enough, the father always ends up having affairs with them because they spend more
Now,
time with the nanny than they do the wife.
mind you, I'm not gonna be the person that blames the nanny. I always put look, here's the thing. When it comes to relationships like that, it's always I always put the responsibility on the couple. So
Hmm.
whether or not here's the thing: whether or not the wife was a good woman or not, or she wasn't paying enough attention, or giving that spicy love enough, or anything like that.
Hmm.
It really it really hurt. It really stuns me how men surrender themselves to that type of weakness,
Well, yeah.
especially when you have kids.
Oh, yeah. I think about the Arnold Schwarzenegger scandal with his nanny. And I always say, well, it takes two to tango. So I know the nanny was saying, I forgot her exact words, but it was out of the blue. No, nothing's out of the blue. Nothing's out of
Mm,
the If you really had a conscience, even if it's Arnold Schwarzenegger, Conan, Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger hitting on you, if you really respected the woman of the house. You would tell Mr. Schwarzenegger, I'm sorry. That's not what I'm doing here. I don't play that way. You have a wife, and I'm not going to get involved with this. And then I will gladly leave the
Ooh,
premises.
your picks are so big. Ooh.
Yeah. You know,
I'm
that even,
look. I still say they're still in the wrong, but dang it, I understand. I understand. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah,
you know, he is the Terminator.
yes,
He he you
yeah,
know, he took crush your enemies, see them driven before you, hear the lamentation of that woman real literally. I
yeah.
mean,
I can see it from that point of
look,
view
it's
too.
still foul, it's still wrong, but honey, I understand. I
Yeah,
understand.
and he was still in pretty good shape at the time too. So I can
Hmm.
I'm not so self righteous that I wouldn't say, well, yeah, I can see. So
That's like me,
yeah, yeah.
me being married, and I was nanny to let's make it difficult for me. Let's make it very difficult for
Okay,
me. I'm
okay,
not gonna play easy mode on this one. Let's
okay.
say the woman let's say the celebrity woman happened to be who's my favorite so far? I don't know. Ooh, no, not her. Ooh, no, no, not her either. Ooh, I'm running out of black women. I'm running out of black
Yeah,
women celebrities to think of.
yeah.
Give me one. Give me one,
I
Leia.
anybody? Oh well,
Let's
Scarlett
go with.
Johansson or
No. I'm talking about black celebrity.
okay,
Let's.
Beyonce, J
Oh, I
Lo,
could pass.
okay,
I could pass on
Beyonce's
her
out of
too.
it, J Lo's out of it. What's her name? Halle Berry, Angela
Pass.
Bassett, uh,
Oh, Angela. Oh,
Michonne.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Angela.
Angela. Definitely Angela.
So we're gonna go
Yeah.
with Angela. We're gonna go to Angela Bassett. Okay, all right, Angela Bassett. Okay,
I probably have a weakness for Angela. I probably no. That's a guarantee. I'm gonna have a weakness for Angela because Angela's that she's already milk material. Who is Zoe Washington from Green Boss? Who was Zoe Washington? I never heard of that.
mm-mm,
I never heard her. Let me look her up real
mm-mm.
quick.
Okay,
Um, who else? What I have a weakness with? Maybe Lisa Ray. Probably Lisa Ray. I'm
okay.
going out the
I'm
hills right now,
I'm
but
going down the list here. Let's see. Let's see. Rihanna.
Shanae.
Uh,
Nope. Pass.
Rihanna's fast. These are gorgeous black
Pass.
women. I always thought that anybody would want these. Okay, Rihanna. Oh, I can't think of her name. She's a rapper. I can't think of her name. It slipped my mind that fast.
I
Oh,
only thinking of two. Only thinking of
uh,
two right now. Missy Elliott, Eve, Doja Cat. Are you thinking of Doja Cat? Nope.
no,
Pass.
no, not.
She like a horse. She like a horse.
All these gorgeous black women. I thought for sure. Oh, her name
I,
slipped my mind that fast. I can't think
I'm
of it right now.
like
It'll come
Leia.
to me later.
You haven't you've been on my streams before you even joined the crew, and you didn't hear me talk my love for Angela Bassett and Lisa Ray and
Yes. Yeah.
oh you meant he
I
meant
know.
Zoe Saldana.
Oh.
Probably. She ain't all that. Probably.
Oh. Okay. Oh.
Zoe Saldana will be a probably. But Lisa Ray. Oh yeah, I probably surrender. I probably
Okay. There we
surrender.
go.
She's like a
Okay.
woman that probably touch a man and the man will surrender easily. Angela Bassett, ever since Marie LeBeau. Oof. Hello.
I was thinking Vivica Fox. I was thinking that too.
You know what? That's a problem. That's another probably too. I don't see. Here's the thing. I don't really like Vivica's attitude that she carries in movies that
Mhm.
much.
I see. I get you.
See, I was kind of I was fine with her in Soul Food, the way how she carried herself in Soul Food, but everywhere else, I had a problem with that. I was like Vivica is like a woman that give me too much lip service before she gives me some real lip service. No, I'm kidding. Not in the way that you're
Mhm.
thinking. The kissy
Mm-mm.
wissy, the
Mm-mm.
kissy wissy. She like what
Well,
like what? When
she
last
had
time you
that.
paid the bills? Go
Mhm.
ahead.
she had that Morris Chestnut, and two could play at that game. So I don't know if you seen it, but she had him wrapped around her.
That was I put that in the category of movies my mom only loves. So I was I was mostly playing with my toys
Oh, okay.
when she played Brown Sugar and two can play at that game. I was like, yep, time for toys.
I feel you then.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, Zoe Saldana. She's a probably. She's a probably. She ain't too all that, but she's a probably. Not no Megan Good. Pass. I've been passed since I seen Megan Good. It's been a pass on her. Maybe ooh uh Vanessa Williams. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a definite
That's
because
it. Yeah. Yep. Hmm.
that's a definite. Vanessa Williams a definite because that's a whole lot of woman, especially in that Odyssey miniseries. Whew.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm. Everybody else was looking at what was you Odysseus' wife name again?
I forgot her name, but I know you're talking about his wife.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah.
But when Calypso came in, like, oh, f your wife.
Isabella Rossellini was his wife, I think. Is that it? Is
Yeah,
that her
but
name? Yeah. But
no,
you're talking about
no,
the
no, no.
Vanessa.
Yeah.
You're talking about Vanessa Williams' character. Yeah, as Calypso. Yeah.
Sarah Proctor says, "Have you checked behind you while you talked about this,
Yeah, I just
bruh?
realized that is your wife there? I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want you sitting in the doghouse
If
tonight.
I get if I get in trouble, that's my fault. That ain't y'all
Okay.
fault. Don't
All
feel
right.
bad if look. If I get in trouble with my wife, that's on me to put out the fires. Not I struck the fire. I put it out. Y'all ain't got to worry about me on that front. Trust me. She's at no. She's asked this question a few times too. So I'm free. That's why I'm so free with this. She's asked like what like who would be your like who would you be like who would you have a weakness for like what celebrity? I'm like maybe maybe not Vivica, maybe Vanessa Williams or Lisa Ray. It would have been Nia Long, but she too ugly now, both inside and outside.
Oh.
Same thing with Regina King.
Oh yeah.
Ugly,
Yeah.
ugly on the outside and inside. Now outside, I'm just glad she haven't shaved the side of her head yet and anything. It's like I'm like, look, but when she did that stage thing, oh, you ugly on the outside now.
Yeah.
Like after hearing that, you ugly to me now. I'm sorry, man. Is she ugly?
uh,
Who else? Who
overrated as
else?
a she's overrated as an actress.
Now, yeah, yes. You only came back for one prominent show, and all you can do is talk about how racist America is.
Yeah.
Watchmen. I'm talking about Watchmen.
Oh, that I didn't. Oh, I didn't care for
I
that
didn't watch.
either.
I didn't
That
watch it.
was
I didn't
me
watch. I
neither.
didn't
Me neither.
like. I
I
already
too.
read the comics. I already read the comics, so I like anything that come after, especially after Zack Snyder's attempt at it. I'm like, nope, not watching it.
Mm-mm.
Not reading it either. Oh well, I did read before Watchmen, and some were hit and some were misses. I didn't really like Rorschach's story from before Watchmen, nor did I like I actually dipped out on Dr. Manhattan because nobody could not match that writing style that Alan Moore did for Dr. Manhattan when you actually go into his mind and his backstory. The way how Alan Moore did that was actually phenomenal, and somebody tried to replicate that. I was like, not feeling this. This don't feel like I kind of wish you could have gotten Alan Moore on board, but of course you're never gonna get Alan Moore on board on doing that because how he Green Boss said would go when she was young maybe maybe. Um, Definitely. Faith Hill, Lauren Hill. But I don't know what she look like now. I'm afraid to look her up. I haven't seen no recent pictures of her. Look, somehow she's managed to stay out of the public eye. Somehow. Now she was on Dave Chappelle's block party, and I seen her, but anywhere else after that, I'm like, I'm scared to look her up now. Scared, cause my image of Lauren Hill was in the '90s. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's it. But other than that, like if I try to search her up, I'm like, I'm scared. I'm scared because she might be a ghoul at this point. But if I do chance look her up and she hot, I'm like, what was I scared for? What was I scared for?
You
That,
change
that,
your
that, I
mind,
put, I
man.
put, yeah, I changed my mind in. Uh, uh, Erica Badu, nah, probably not, probably not. That's not to say she's not hot or anything, but that's another person who I'm scared to look up to nowadays. I'm like, ooh, I do not want to see what she look like now. I do not want to see what Erica Badu look like now. Uh, Green Boss is shocked at me being okay with Whoopi Goldberg. Brian Gilmartin says, while we're talking 90s, how about Tui Trang and Amy Jo Johnson? Definitely Tui Trang. I have a weakness for Tui Trang. I was like, yeah, yeah. But then again, you that'd be too. You know what? I'd be too young to marry her, let alone date her. I would be married then. But you're talking about if she had lived though. So yeah, God rest her soul. Unfortunate accident for her during September of all months. September is a bad month at times, considering what happened in 2001. Also rest
Oh
their
yeah,
souls for those. Yeah.
yeah.
We're getting off topic. Let's get back on topic.
That's a good retreat. Well, we were talking about the media
Yeah.
and
Um. Go ahead.
pop culture, and I had mentioned the nannies, and let's talk about the TV show. Now, so in that case, I was just saying that that's understandable to have a nanny because Maxwell would need one for his children. But I just noticed as I watched the show and looked back at the show, I said, well, Nanny Fine is getting paid to basically be a mother. Eventually, she does become one because Maxwell eventually marries her. But
Hmm.
yeah, so eventually that does happen, and that marriage is okay. But it's in
She went through
other
a lot of hurdles for that too.
what the show or her making getting the show on. Or are you talking about the character on the show?
The character, I mean.
Oh yeah,
To get to
yes.
I watched that show. I didn't watch it from the beginning, but I definitely did finish the end, and I was like, man, you went through the ringer for this man. You
Yeah,
went through you went through so much for the man. And I'm like, at least the man put a ring finally around that finger. Like, bruh. I mean, yes, it's kind. When you look back at it, it is kind of You can almost say it's uncomfortable to watch because she's literally forcing herself on that man.
you think so? You think Nanny Fine? Well,
I
that was more Cece, the blonde woman, his assistant, was more forcing herself on than Nanny Fine was.
I know, but I'm saying like on the same token, both of those ladies was like death becomes her with that man. Not look, look. I'm
Mhm.
only speaking for those who may have that thought process. That's not saying my thoughts are the same. I'm just saying I was along for the ride for Fran Fine to win her man in the end. But I'm saying like on the same token, somebody could look at that and say she's being unprofessional here. You
Well,
know,
that's what Cece, his assistant, wasn't too happy about when she looked at her. She said, "Oh,
yeah.
you want to have
She
her around?"
And funny enough, the only person that actually was okay that was still okay with was the butler.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yes, the butler was. he was fine with it. But I can see your point. I think if women, they would be in the grocery stores talking about, well, did you see Maxwell's? Did you see that Fran Fine girl got? Ooh, that nanny got her skirt so short, and she
Hmm.
was, and but Maxwell was looking. I saw a lot of episodes where he liked what he saw. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Miss Fine.
yeah. But when she wore
Yes, Mr. Sheffield.
but when she looked good, she had her little short skirts on or her splits up.
Hmm.
The Sheffield was looking and said, "Oh, you look great today," or "You don't need to change, Nanny Fine," or "No, Fine, you're the way it is." So I'm like, well, eh, I guess Nanny knew, Fran knew what she was doing, because
I mean,
I mean, it tells the truth, because Sheffield was looking. I said, no, he was checking her
mhm.
out. He may act like he didn't, but he was checking her out.
I will say this:
Yeah.
it started out as for a time. It did start out her, just being there, being a nanny. But over time, she started getting, you know, she was catching feelings, if you will.
Yeah.
How you use that?
Yeah.
How you use that term? I rather use the word Twitter pated, or catch, or having a sort of infatuation towards the man. But then again, what woman wouldn't want to be around that man? That man was a successful what?
Broadway
Screenwriter.
producer. He was a Broadway producer.
Yeah, man
Yeah.
wore a suit. He wore no no. Let me rephrase that. He wore a man suit in that
Yes.
show every single time. He wore a man suit. He spoke with cadence. He had his hair did. He made sure his kids had
Yeah.
look. He made sure his kids were well taken care of. Fran,
Yes.
you
Yes. That's
know,
where Fran came.
kept
Yeah.
kept CC on an even kill at times. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And even
Yes.
even Giles was a butler named Giles, right? Giles.
Yeah. Giles. Yes.
Giles was wingman. He
Yes.
was
Definitely.
wingman.
Definitely, he was.
Yeah,
Giles definitely was.
he he was his confidant.
Well, Giles was the first to notice that Mr. Sheffield had a thing for her. He would try to tell him in the most calmly way, but I remember some episodes where he said, "Mr. Sheffield, isn't it obvious?" So he
The
saw it
wingman.
already. Yeah, the wingman. Yeah, so he knew already that it's obvious that you like her, but he wanted Sheffield to come to it, but he
Look,
saw
it's
it
funny
already.
how they try to play off how disgusting he is by the sight of her. I'm like, you are BSing yourself. You think that woman is not that fine?
Who Giles
Fran,
or Frank
Fran, Sheffield
Sheffield?
to Fran Fine.
Yeah, because like I said, he would be talking that talk, but you could see him checking her out, and
Mm-hmm.
that's where Niles comes in, because Niles could see through the BS.
Niles, not Giles. Niles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you said his name correctly.
I think it's
But
Niles.
no,
Yeah.
part of me believes. Now, here's the thing. I tend to observe things that people don't really observe that much. That's probably not a non-issue for anybody who enjoys the show. But I think why he was very I wouldn't say repulsed, but very uh what's the word? Playing hard to get. Let's go with that one. He was playing hard to get
Okay.
because he was still getting over his wife,
Yes.
and Fran did not fit that image of the wife
Yes.
that left him, and that's usually
Right.
how men are sometimes too. They've had a mate for life, and obviously nothing can replace that. But like, as soon as this one person comes in and takes an interest into you, it's really hard to really get into that mode now, or get into that courtship. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I understood. That's why I agree with you. I understood the plot of the show as far as
Mm-hmm.
their little romance. You said it exactly. She was a fish out of water. She was not the image. She was not like the women he was used to being in his circle, and she certainly wasn't the image that his wife was. So even for himself, I could see the reason it took him probably so long is because, like you said, he had not gotten over the death of his wife or the and so just exactly as you said. And the point of the show with Fran was that she was this fish out of water. She was the standout. She was not like
She was
all
working
the
at the bottle
nannies.
shop at Flushing Queen. Her boyfriend came out on the crusher. What she do? Where she go? She was out on her fanny. So over this yeah, screwing up the cadence.
Yeah.
But that's basically the whole premise of the show in a
Yeah.
nutshell.
Yeah, I think the song goes, she was there to set makeup, but the father saw more. So I said, the father saw how
Hmm
good she looked. You know, she had style, she had flair, she was there. You know, that was the whole purpose of it. She was this hot chick from Flushing's, not what he was used to. It's the star-crossed lovers. It's the opposite attracts
And
kind
the
of
will they
theme.
won't they type story, storytelling usually done in common romance storytelling. You got the will they won't they set up.
Oh yeah, basically, Fran Drescher
and and,
described
and,
it.
and I hate. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hate to bring this after we talked about it Tuesday, knowing full well I'm the odd man out, but then Don Powell came and backed me up. But Lucifer even referenced that a bit.
The
The will
the
they
net.
won't they? No, no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
not the nanny, but the whole comment romance love story. The will they
The
won't
chase.
they?
Yeah, the will they
Yeah.
won't they. The chase. Yeah.
And season 5 part 2 he brought that up with his conversation with him and I think it was either him and Chloe or him and Dan. But yeah, I was like, you referenced the will they won't they?
Yeah.
Clever.
There's a popular, I'm not going to go into it too much because you're going to do a whole stream on this, but we'll keep this in mind. The I call it the chase, the will that they won't,
Hmm
the one up to who bends first, whom trope.
Well, I did reference it in the last time I talked about romance, right? Or at least when I gave some much needed dating advice. Be the chaser, men. Be the chaser. I don't care what women say. Be the chaser. Always be the chaser. Or
Well,
be the hard to get if the woman's chasing after you. Usually, we don't know that a woman's chasing after us. We just don't know. We're unsuspected deer when it comes to that.
yeah. And then, like I said, then there's the one-upmanship. Which one is going to bend first? Basically, who's going to
Hmm
falter? Who's win?
Well, I don't like you. Well, I don't like you either. Why don't you like me? Uh, 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 that's how you talk, you
Well,
drunken. No, I'm kidding.
well, Han and Leia were like that. Empire Strikes Back. Clearly, Star Wars, even Star Wars, you could clearly see something was there, and then you saw it in the Empire Strikes Back. Her trying to
Be
fight her
you,
feelings for
Mara
him,
Jade,
and
and
him.
Luke.
Yep, same thing. Yep, and Han trying to play it off, and then he's trying to play cool and all together. You know, you just can't keep a gorgeous guy like me out of your sight, which is his just his insecurity. Like,
This is
what are
our
you
preview
talking?
for the romance stream, guys. So we're gonna get back to a whole
Yeah,
fatherhood motherhood thing.
yeah,
So
right.
actually, you know what? I want to another. I'm gonna also note another one that prompted this stream as well because as I explained earlier, this is an impromptu stream because I didn't have no idea what to talk about on Thursday, and I was like, let's talk about parenthood again. Um, there was this there's this TikTok of this father and his daughter that's circulating now. I caught it on Twitter. Brandon Tatum. I don't know if you heard of him. Brandon Tatum had did a video about this man, but it was his father telling this his daughter that he says I'm teaching my daughter to be whatever she wants to be and put her hard work and dedication. I'm paraphrasing the man, by the way, but he like I'm teaching her to put in her hard work and put in the dedication and all that stuff, and it don't matter who you be around, love everybody. It don't matter what your race, color, or your gender, or whatever. You supposed to love everybody. And you hear the daughter, she's interjecting her thoughts as well, and it's wholesome, very wholesome. And he mentions, of course, critical race. But he's like girl raised there ain't gonna raise my child, not my child. I was like, that's a strong brother right there.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder where the mother look. I don't know where the mother is right now. Hopefully that it's hopefully it's a mother and father in that child's life. But I hope the mother's proud of what he did for his little baby girl, and I'm hoping that she's doing the exact same, pulling the same energy with their baby girl. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, I
Of
was
course, we had that.
eating some chips. I agree.
No, but on the same token, there's another video of this one lady who stood up to the school board. I don't know what state it was in, but man, she dropped bombs on them. Like she dropped a bomb on them. She was mad. You can hear the anguish in her voice. She was stuttering a bit because that's how emotional she was. You could tell how emotional she was, but she was talking about our again paraphrasing, but it came off of the nature of our children supposed to be up in here learning our ABCs and one, two, threes. They're not supposed to be learning about this old white fragility or hating everybody by the color of skin. Martin Luther King taught us to view each other by the content of their character. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And,
Yeah.
and and we don't need this critical race theory. What the heck is that?
What?
Something zoomed across my window. I don't know what that
Oh.
was, and it brushed. Oh, that's my wife.
Oh my goodness.
I was like something black just streaked across the window and brushed against the tree. I was like, what the heck is that? Like that better not be no big old animal, or that better not be no tree. Like, hang on, guys, gotta get my sledgehammer. I gotta protect my home.
Yes, you gotta use protector. The dad is protector.
Like, look, I stood up and I peeked out. Like, oh, that's my wife. Oh, thank goodness. I let out a sigh of relief just now. Let out a sigh of relief. Like, oh my goodness. Like when she came here, I'm gonna tell her like you almost scared me. She gonna look like what? How I almost scared you? You streaked across that window right there. I saw you. You almost gave me a heart attack. I'm about ready to reach over and get that sledgehammer. About ready to bop somebody on the head in broad daylight. Risk going to jail too to protect my own home. Like, bruh, if you don't
No,
get
that
out of if you don't get out of my yard, if you don't get out of my bruh, get out of my yard.
was good to know
I
you're
don't
doing your
know you.
job.
I was shh, I didn't do these pushes for nothing. But where were we? Oh yeah, the lady that stood up against the board, like yeah, parents are actually really out there doing their due diligence to fight the public schools. And I wish that Trooper was here to add to that. But yeah, they're people are waking up as we like to say, they're waking up r- a lot, and for them to really try to push back on the parents like that,
I think
this
people need
really
to
tells
start.
you something.
People need to really start doing. I'm glad to see that parents are stepping against this cancel culture that is permeating us. Because I was thinking, when we talk about the media, for instance, now they're trying to perpetuate. Now, when they picture fathers or men, they're deadbeat dads. Either they're the
Hmm.
deadbeat dads or they're bumbling idiots. Every father
Hmm.
is a Homer Simpson, but the mother does everything right, but the dad is a bumbling idiot, or the dad's a deadbeat dad that needs to be schooled. Now, I'm going to use this. This is just an example. I know you don't want to talk about it, but I was thinking about it. Now, we all know about the controversy over the live action Powderpuff Girls movie and what trash dumps fire that garbage was. And I wouldn't take my kids
Hmm.
to see that garbage anyway. Now, if I was me, if I was and you're Mr. Producer, and I say we're going to do a live action Powderpuff Girls, this is what I would do for the script. First of all, I would keep them as little girls. I know people.
Hmm.
I really think when that show first came out, because when that show was out, I was tutoring kids, and the girls used to like to stop to have TV time to watch the show, and I was okay with it because the show looked innocent, it was fun, it was cute, it was harmless. So that's the only way. But I didn't watch it my own. I just watched it when I was tutoring children, and
Hmm.
it just happened to be the show they wanted to look at for TV time. So I said, hey,
Which
whatever
is
they do,
good on them.
Yep, and it set them down, kept them quiet. I didn't have to worry about anything, and I said, "All right, let them have it. It looks innocent enough because I didn't want them to sit through anything that was harmful or I thought they were supposed to have."
Exactly.
So I
Right.
became
You're basically being professional in that regard. I mean, it was it was safe enough considering that its pilot episode was on What Cartoon, which it had the girls karate chopping limbs in short scenes sometimes. Like there was a fight with the character Fuzzy Lumpkins in one of the pilot episodes. It had two of them, by the way. But in one instance where Bubbles got hit by one of his by his meat ray, which for the life of me, this will look weird if you put it into real life. Her hair, her little pigtail turned to a chicken leg
oh, I don't remember that, but yeah, that sounds funny. Go ahead.
because it was on What a
Hmm.
Cartoon as a pilot episode. What a
Hmm.
Cartoon was a testing bed for cartoons that and whenever cartoons was okay by the producers, that's what got the show. That's how we got Dexter's Laboratory, Powerpuff Girls,
Ah, all those shows.
Johnny Bravo. We got Johnny
Hmm.
Bravo and Courage the Cowardly, and we got Courage the Cowardly Doll from that series, What a Cartoon. Everything else just got you know, it didn't make it.
Okay.
I wish I wish it did because some of them were actually pretty good. But I oh yeah, we also got Cow and Chicken. Cow and Chicken had that Cow and Chicken's episode had that infamous that infamously banned smoking episode. That was his pilot episode. So they banned that because they didn't want to see they didn't want kids looking at chicken inhale a very big fat cigarette, which is funny that they say that when parents park their kids in front of The Simpsons. But again, I digress.
Yeah. Hmm.
Back to Powerpuff Girls. Fuzzy Lumpkins shot her hair and it turned to a chicken leg. Good luck figuring how that works. But orig- let's just say this. Originally Bubbles characterization was nobody messes with her hair for that episode, that particular episode. And that's what hit her berserk bucket that berserk button. And she went full on just beating the crap out of Fuzzy Lucas. And in one shot, she karate chopped his leg and split, but in the next shot, it's all better now. So like I said, it like it's safe as close as it can get. Like even in the opening uh the opening title of the Powerpuff Girls, there's a quick shot of Buttercup kicking him, that's his name, him in the face. You see teeth flying out and blood splattering out of his mouth. Like that. That's how as brutal as it can get sometimes. As the censors allowed it. Like you say safe. I'm like you don't know the half of what they show in that show. I mean they didn't go like there's an episode where it almost deals with child grooming. Almost.
Oh,
They didn't say
that makes me
they didn't
wonder.
say
Was
it
it?
They didn't say it was, but if you look at it closely, it almost comes off as child grooming. What have you uh how how familiar are you with the show?
There's some. I'm quite familiar with the premise of the show. There are some things
Mm.
that I may have missed because I was, like I said, I was watching the kids and I didn't catch everything. But if they were there and they were entertained, so there's some things that probably went over my head because I really wasn't paying attention. But I'm familiar with the concept and
Okay,
the presence and who
so
they
one
were
of the
because.
there's a villainous group called the Gang Green Gang. The main leader was Ace. They've run afoul with the Gang Green Gang in several episodes, but they're obviously the bad guys. Period. They're just bad guys. Period. But there was an episode where Buttercup hung out with the Gang Green Gang, but the way how Ace word his words to quote unquote charm her, it just gives off a very uncomfortable vibe.
Hmm.
there's a scene where they enjoy themselves, like they're wrecking stuff, they're at the junkyard, like the Green Grain does when they're not actually going out outright doing bad stuff to Townsville. But Bubbles Buttercup is having a good time and all that stuff, right? And it's a montage, but um once the montage was done, he says, "Oh, Buttercup, last night was a riot. Now, would you mind coming back with us again and do it again the next night?" I'm like, listen to that now. That's no, 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 no. Say no, say no, say no, Buttercup. I was like, ooh, yeah, that. It's a good episode, mind you. It's a good episode, but like you could put it into context. It's almost, yeah. Considering how the girls look compared to what the Gangrene Gang looks. Like Ace looks like he's in high school, whereas
I see.
Buttercup is still in preschool. You know,
It
that's
looked.
what, that's what I was like.
Let me use the word.
Yeah,
It felt very peta peta peta
child
creepy.
predator ish.
Yes, child
It,
predatorish.
it's
Yes,
it's
child
mostly an
predator.
allegory for girls falling for the bad boy. You know, getting them into
Yes,
trouble.
yes.
But we also see times where they're charmed by these bad boys and they go running away. Usually 14 year olds running off with 27 year olds or even 20 year olds or even 17 year olds like middle school girls going after high school dudes.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that it could be something like that. You know what I'm saying?
So
And that's what, like I said, you said it was safe. I'm like, yeah, for it's
well, I missed. I gotta confess, there was some I wasn't paying attention to. I was too busy trying to handle everything else while they were sitting there quiet watching. So
right, right,
maybe I
right, right.
should have paid attention more. But there's some that
I,
went over my
look,
head.
look. You don't. I'm not saying you should change the channel. I'm just saying, like you saying to say, I'm like, yeah, it was you. You're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. It was safe for the censors, but like there were some episodes I'm surprised it didn't ban.
Well,
Cause
maybe
I'm like I'm glad they aired it. I'm glad they aired it, but I'm saying I'm surprised that they didn't ban. Is what I'm saying.
the other controversy now when they make these kids shows. Are they making them? I always feel like are the adult shows marketed to kids, or are they trying to get kids to think like adults? Sometimes I look,
Bit of
especially
both.
I see it more and more now, maybe back then, but now more often I'm seeing a lot of shows that are adult oriented or has adult oriented dialogue or jokes or situations, but they're marketing towards the children, or
Hmm.
they're taking adult situations and marketing towards the children to try to get kids to think like adults, and they don't think like adults. You can't get a child to think like an adult. They're not there yet.
Or they
You have
look
to
at
go with them.
old programming and then try to claim that they're promoting a certain thing, but their show is actually promoting a certain thing, and yet when you call them out on it, oh, but we're new, we're hip, we're doing it better than that dinosaur show that you would like to watch. I'm like,
Hmm.
I'm sorry, but my niece understood Avatar: The Last Airbender way more than your so-called new Rush show.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see more of that. Even with my youngest nephew who has autism, sometimes I'm not bringing that up, but I notice when I had to babysit him, sometimes some of the things he would look at uh, on Nick Jr. or Nickelodeon or Disney Channel. Sometimes the teen bop or the tween shows, I like to call them, seem to be diving into adult situations. And I'm like, well, I don't know if he's ready for that subject matter just yet. And the studios and the marketers know what they're doing. They're marketing to the kids, but they're selling adult content, but they're
Mm,
disguising it. And
the
so,
guys, yeah.
yeah, and I'm noticing that a lot lately. I'm really noticing, and I don't like that. Like when I was growing up, for instance, my mom was strict on what we watch, simply because she felt if it wasn't for children, we couldn't watch it. It had to be children oriented. When we went to the movies, It had to be, or she took us to the movies. That's how I developed my love for Disney, because she would always take me to see when Disney, back in the day, folks, back in the day, long time ago in a far, far land, before Disney got savvy with their animation, they would re-release their classic films: Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, The Rescuers, Fantasia, Pinocchio. All those films would be re-released for a new generation, and those were the movies she would let us see. And the reason it was is because it was for children. If it wasn't for kids, there was no way in the devil we were going to watch it, whether it was on TV or on films. And she was very strict on that. She said, if it's not for children, my kids are not watching it. They can watch it, but it has to be for kids. And then sometimes she would be to make sure
In the case of my mom, she
for the
denied me
kids.
the Iron Giant.
Oh, why did she die to Iron Giant? She maybe it was
I don't
something
know
about it that
why.
was like,
I don't know why, but instead we watched Universal Soldier: The Return.
oh wow, that's a big difference in Iron Giant.
hmm For the life of me, I will never understand, and I'm really not gonna ask her that question, because she was like, "No, what?" She straight up said, "No way are we gonna be watching the Iron Giant." I'm like, "But you got me and my brother with you." I mean, that's something we me and my brother was looking at that commercial all day, every day. I was hoping we were going to see the Iron Giant, but I'm the kid. I can't protest.
Yeah. But I'm surprised I was able to get away with Star Wars, because she was like, "Well, I don't see G-rated on this." I said, "Mom, don't worry, I'll be okay. It'll be okay. Trust me. I could be. I'll be okay on this one."
And how that turned out for you?
You know what? She was okay with it. She was okay with it. When
No,
I
I'm
came
asking
home,
you how that turned out for you. Like how did you experience Star Wars firsthand? I assume it
I,
was A New Hope.
it was A New Hope. It was a Star Wars, A New Hope, the original one that started it all, and that
hmm
was a changing moment in my little young little girl life. I was absolutely blown out of the water, and it was a life changing experience. Yes, I was a little wee little lass, but I can't say anything negative. I can't, man. I loved it. I never felt cartoons the same way again. I've just saw this great live action, this lightsaber fight and droids and spaceships. I don't know how I can go back to my Saturday morning cartoons, because I remember when I came home, my mother didn't go the first showing. My dad took me to the first showing, but we saw it again. Then she came with us, and because I remember coming home and telling her all about it, and I said I was blah 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 with this and this, mom, and then this happened, mom, and then this happened. But I never felt traumatized. I felt inspired. I
Let me
felt
address
inspired
Melissa
like
Harris real
many other
quick.
people that age. Sure, go right ahead.
Leia, yeah, let me address. I don't hate the DuckTales reboot because they haven't went woke. They I don't know what's your beef with DuckTales reboot, Melissa, but I have not seen no woke bone in that show. They know what they're doing. They pretty much followed. DuckTales is actually following the Scrooge McDuck comics in art style and colorization specifically, or at least the art style is a little bit different, but the colorization is basically the exact same style as the comic book, which I like. These are ran by fans of Scrooge McDuck, the comics, and DuckTales themselves. So, but I'm not saying that to change your mind, Melissa, at all. You are allowed to dislike what you like, what you dislike. I mean, but what you're gonna say, Leia? Sorry.
Well, yeah, Star Wars did not desensitize me, because most of the kids my age saw Star Wars in the theaters. But it was never it was inspiring. It wasn't like,
Mm.
"Oh, I'm gonna hide under the bed," or "Oh, mommy, I saw something horrible." I felt comfortable with those characters. Those characters were like friends. And to see and Luke Skywalker relating to him. So I didn't get the feel. Now I think it's a lot different. Now I think like they're sneaking a lot of mature themes into cartoons, and they know what they're doing, and I don't like it.
Oh, did you hear what they plan to do with a live action Avatar Last Airbender show, there's gonna be
No, I
blood,
didn't
there's
hear
gonna
it.
be sex, there's gonna be hotness. I'm like, but that's not what Avatar The Last Airbender was about. You're basically one, you're perverting one's baby. Two, you're perverting a show, a series that had a lot of Eastern Asian influence, and now you're gonna put your own stamp onto it. So not only are you gonna piss off people who are fans of Avatar: The Last Airbender, but you're also gonna piss off East Asians who actually latched onto that show because it was a nice it has some nice East Asian influence to it.
Right, right. And that's all I'm hearing lately, and that's all I'm seeing. Yeah, and they know what they're doing. They're not. It's not like, oops, we didn't know that was in there. No, they know whose head they're trying to market to. They know that. I don't believe that. They know because they figure the kids are the one that's going to spend the money. So let's sneak it to them, but we'll sneak little things in there that will keep them coming back. And I've noticed that a lot lately. I've noticed that in the last 10 years, a film that's supposed to be for children is really not. It has mature themes in there, but they sneak it in anyway so the kids don't say, "Mommy, can you tell me the birds and the bees talk?" Or "Mommy, why did the
Hmm.
guy do that?" Or those those kinds of questions coming up. They didn't have to do that. But I was going to say, for instance, back to what I was saying. Let's say, for instance, we were going to do. I'm just using this as an example, but I can't help but to notice. But after you've told me now, let's say I come to you and you are the hitman, and I pitch Powder Puff Girls the movie. Now, what I would
Yeah.
have done is the girls would still be good little girls. I'm not going to put their age up because what I read, they were going to have them too. I'm like, there is no way I would take my little girls to see the live action movie if they were going to put the stuff in they had planned to put in that live action film. I would not take them to see that. I do not care. I would say to you, well, you know what? We're going to keep the girls as little girls. And Faison, whatever his name is, I don't even like the guy they hired to be the professor. I see the professor as a man who's mature, who is older. But let's say the professor is also a widower. Let's say
Hmm.
the professor, maybe him and his wife were planning to have children, or maybe his wife couldn't have children, and maybe she died of an illness. And the only in the last memory he can have of her is to maybe try to make the children that he wished to have with her, and still go by the show's premise. You put sugar and spice and everything nice, and then you have the accidentally of the chemical X. Girls are still there and they become who they are, but let's show how maybe at first the professor just sees them as like lab rats, something to just experiment with. But as time goes on, he
That's what the
falls in love
outline
with
had.
them.
That's what the outline was basically. They try to make it seem like he's an ineffectual person that just really just made the girls just to make him because he's a man and he can, I guess he can make women, something like that.
But
It
through
it
that, but through that I do. But through that, somehow, maybe within his own conscious, he becomes more fatherly to them. And as he
hmm
becomes more fatherly to them, he begins to love them as his own daughters. And maybe he comes to grow and realize they mean more to me than just a lab experiment. I really love these girls as my own. And that's what I would have for the movie purpose. Maybe there's a plot where he says, well, after they reach so many experiments, I'll turn them
Now
over to the
let me ask
government.
you this:
Okay.
are you aware that there was a animated movie?
I did. I never saw it, but I knew about it because the kids would talk about it and they went to see it and they would tell me about it.
It's actually not that bad. Truth be told, it kind of recontextualized Mojo Jojo's origin story a bit.
Okay.
Um, it didn't really start off with Professor treating them like lab rats or anything. Not saying that your idea I don't like your idea. I'm
Hmm.
saying keep going with that, keep going with that. But I'm just letting you know, in this the animated movie,
Mm-hmm.
he kind of he was kind of like a dad that just mm, in a way you could say it's like that 90s dad who just had a daughter,
Mm-hmm.
and the wife, and let's just say the wife had died during childbirth, and now he's left with no playing manual of how to raise a daughter. So it's like they're essentially almost like babies in a way, not necessarily babies as in like they have no idea of walking or concept of anything. It's more of it's like, okay, now you have to go to school. School? Why do we have to go to school? Well, because you're young and you need to learn things. Okay. So now mind you, he does take them to the school, and they learn how to play tag, which it goes as well as you would think, because now their powers start manifesting during that time, and throughout the whole sequence, it's them playing tag, and they're tearing up Townsville while doing it. And that's what
Well,
gets them kind of like hated by the town. It starts off with them being hated by the town, and they earn the town's love and respect. Once at the end they have to stop the bad guy Mojo Jojo, who uh who was also there when the Powerpuff Girls were created, which they actually put that in one of the episodes, that he was created the same day as the Powerpuff Girls with chemical accident. He was the one responsible for their creation, because he shoved Professor Utonium to the vial, and that's what shattered it. So like I said, that's what I mean. They recontextualized that little origin episode, and even then he started a Planet of the Apes invasion in that movie, which
what?
was pretty interesting. Yeah, yeah. He started a Planet of the Apes movement. He literally he got the girls to get him some chemical X, because apparently that's readily available at any given time in the series and in this movie. The opening makes it seem like that was the only chemical X that he had, but like every once in a while they'll pull it out somewhere. I'm like, just how much chemical X does Professor Utonium have, really, specifically? Because
You know,
they have, I think they had one. They had one for when they made their own sister, the one that was like Igor, if you will. And then Mojo Jojo had his own makeshift chemical X when he made the Rye Rough Boys. I don't know how that happened, but he made them in the toilet in jail, of course. But going back to the movie, how he's able to make his own army of ape army. There was chemical X still left in the secret area of Professor Utonium's lab, and he got the girls to acquire it, and that's where he rounded up a lot of apes from the zoo. So you got all kind of apes. You got one you even got ones that have their own names. Like there was a gorilla ape. I forgot what his name was. I think it was Bungo Bungo something like that. Like he was Mojo Jojo. He was, and this one was Bungo Go or something like that. There was this baboon that he he had no idea of what his superpower would be or what villainy he would be. So he came up with making pasta so fast that it created a salsa tornado. And he's like talking like he's on speed or something like that. Then there was those monkeys in the barrel toys, right?
those
They
monkeys
had
must have
those.
really been interesting because the way you're talking, it seems like they were the stars of the film.
Well, again, that was Mojo's army, and they were fighting for
Okay.
supremacy because since they have bigger brains, like Mojo Jojo does his little you probably seen episodes of Mojo Jojo, right?
Yes. Yes.
He goes into that little repeatable diatribe and speech. And he asserts his dominance, and then the gorilla Jojo comes in. He's like, you the supreme leader, and that's when he does his little speech. And then another comes in, orangutan. He plays. He's got his own baboon machine, No, it was a baboon that had his own baboon robot, and he asserts his dumbness. It goes on for again. That's Gennady Tartakovsky's storytelling technique, montages. Sometimes, sometimes he does a montage of things, and it does a good job of conveying action and story. So you got a montage of each ape trying to assert their leadership, and it just goes into chaos. Like Mojo he's like, you know what, they're destroying Townsville. We'll sort this out later. You know what I'm saying? He,
Hmm. Yes.
he's like oh, you know what? I'll let you guys have this. I'm already taking over Townsville. We'll sort out the leadership, okay? And this is after the girls felt like it was their fault that they caused this, because he gypped them into to get them the chemical X, and like, again, it goes back to the whole Townsville being I'm talking about getting these animation, Melissa. Not I know Craig McCacken was the creator. No, I'm talking about getting these animation, the montage storytelling. But they flew away because Townsville still hates them, and they still put the blame on them for causing the ape rising. Don't ask me why they're able to land on an asteroid and breathe in space. Don't ask me that, because that's what they were. And apparently they can hear across space way more than Superman in space. So they heard the professor suffering, and that's what kicked them back into gear, and fall off the apes. They were having trouble. They were struggling for a while because they didn't want to hurt the apes really bad. But they said, you know what, screw it, let's do it. They just a montage of them just beating up every ape in hilarious ways. Of course, it gets back it gets down to Mojo Jojo, who super juiced himself into Chemical X, so he's like King Kong size now. But yeah, if whenever you get the chance, Leia, check out the movie. It's actually pretty awesome. I don't care what anybody say about this movie. Many people had their own criticisms of it. I'm like, nah. For an origin story for the Pop-Up Girls, not bad, not bad at all.
Well, see, here's the thing with
Uh,
me. I
before you continue to answer
hmm
Melissa's question there, she
Yeah,
said,
go
"Did the
ahead.
apes die or did they get cured?" No, they got cured. No, I'm saying they beat them up, but they didn't kill them. But yeah, go ahead, Leia.
I'm here. I'm gonna
Go
swallow
ahead.
this sandwich. Okay. Um, see, what I was thinking is I don't want the professor to be portrayed as a deadbeat father. I don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want that image because the TV show that they had written, he was going to be portrayed as that. He was going to be deadbeat and no good and not really good at raising them. And I didn't like that. I'm getting tired of these images of dads being portrayed as deadbeats. So I wanted the professor to be not a deadbeat dad. So in my mind, that's what I'm thinking. Now, I'm not so into their origin. I'm a person that there's some origin stories you want to show, and there's some that I think should just be left to the imagination. But
Hmm.
mostly my pilot would be I don't want I want the professor not to be perceived as a deadbeat father. I want the girls to realize him to realize, and for the girls to realize, maybe my pitch is the girls wondering, what it's like to have a father, or who is their really father, or is the professor really your father. But and as the film goes on, the professor comes to realize just how much those girls really mean to him, that they're more to him than just some science experiment. So that's what I want to portray, that he was good to these girls, and that even though he was a good image of a single dad. So that's basically what I would try to do, because lately nowadays the deadbeat dad is getting played too much. That a father can
Or
never be a good
estranged
dad.
father.
Yeah, strange deadbeat dad. I'm seeing too much of that. I'm seeing
People
that.
are. It's a fight against the hallmark lifestyle, or the hallmark image of parenting. That's what they're trying
Mhm.
to fight against because they can't stand it. I'm like, what's so wrong with the Hallmark parenting? My one of my favorite Hallmark shows is Good Witch. I love Good Witch, but that's only because, well, here's the thing. I think I would have loved it either way. Even had the woke garbage not come up so much. Like if the
Mhm.
woke garbage never you know was a thing, I probably would still enjoy Good Witch either way because Hallmark is not as as bad people say it is. They want to say it's bad. Like what's so bad about it? Well, it's all it's all. Not everybody has two families. Yeah, but there's people that do have two families. Well, it's preachy. Okay, I'll give you
Yeah.
that. But is it wrong to preach? Now, yeah.
Or
If it's
here's
too
the one.
much, yeah.
Here's another one, Wolf. She pledged her love to a man. She gave up her career to be with a man. I hear that a lot too. Oh, she gave up her life. She wants to spend her life with a man because she's in
Now there
love.
was
I hear that a lot
now,
too.
yeah,
Yeah,
two people fall in love and like,
yeah.
yeah.
They don't like. they, they don't, that's another little ick that they don't like about homework. People fall in love. Well, love doesn't always work out. You get dumped and cheated on, and that's what I've heard. This is show the real
Defeatist
side of love.
mentality.
Yeah,
Defeat again.
show
It's always that. Go ahead.
show the man being a pig. You know, song with 3 and 4 women on the background, or that's what they're looking
Look,
at. Like,
that may have been that must be your reality, but that's not everybody's reality. I mean, we have Netter, we have Netter and Troy, uh, uh, the professor and Sound, and dare I
hmm
say it, even down here at one point. I don't know his
you your
personal life, but
and
hmm?
you yourself.
Yeah, there's me. But well, it's never easy, but that's personal. I'm not gonna go into detail about that,
Okay,
but we
okay,
still, but we work it out. We work things out.
okay. I
I
got you.
mean, it mostly do culture clash, but other than
Sure,
that, like we love each other. Give her kisses every day. Tell her I love her. You
that's
know,
that's all that matters, and
still
that's
trying
what the Hallmark.
still trying to play catch up with being a man. But she's
Hey.
patient and she's willing to guide me.
Well, that's what it's all about. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but that's what it's all about.
Mm,
That's what it's all
it's
about.
all it's fine.
And that's what the Hallmark movies are about. I think we need more of them because it's not enough of it right now. It's
Yeah,
more of
because
I hate you and you hate me and I'm gonna beat
the
you
wife
up and
the
I'm
wife
gonna
is
beat you up.
asking. She's asking like when next time we're gonna get Good Witch. I'm like, yeah, when next time we're gonna get Good Witch? Because I'm liking this momentum. Now, let's just say this: Good Witch have its tropes and its moments of cliche, and they're not being very subtle about it no more. They know what. I'm just saying. I'm willing to let go because they know what they are. They know what they're doing because there's always a moment where one of the main characters who I was bruh I was hoping that they was gonna do suggestive magic, but they're
Ah,
actually
okay.
but they making it blatant and obvious, and I'm like I'm at that point I'm like when they're making it blatant and obvious, I'm like oh I'm ready. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with this. I'm ready. It makes me feel like I want to dip out because
See,
I was already enamored by the fact that like is it magic or is it not magic? You know what I'm saying? The question, and it was and from the way how I saw it, the way how they were doing the magic thing, or at least the suggestive, as I like to call it, suggestive magic, is it's an allegory for faith. That's why that's how I viewed Good Witch. It's like it's basically being a very it's a religious show without being overtly religious.
I see, I get you. For Hallmark, the I have to confess I don't watch it that often. I did recently
Mm,
watch it over the holidays because it featured a movie with an actor from England that I really liked. This was like his first American debut, and I had to see it. And I forgot what it was called, Moonlight at the Magnolia, something like that. I don't remember the name of it.
She
But
watched it. I know what you're talking about, but she watched it. I don't really dig on their movies that much, not
hmm
that much.
yeah.
But again, I still like their messages sometimes. Chris's Prince wasn't too bad. It has one of my favorite actresses who I hope hasn't gone woke either. Rose Rose McKiver, who was also a Power Ranger from one of the greatest Power Ranger seasons, RPM. Who played, believe it or not, she played a very waspy, pompous, privileged rich girl with a bit
hmm
of a tomboy streak,
hmm
who lit, who through tragedy learned to man up and help people
And along,
through oneself, through witnessing one's self-sacrifice. And she was also there to kick the Black Rangers butt behind into gear whenever time he tend to get a bit of a testy at times,
okay. I
or in any
see.
case edgy. Not no no not like that. Like when you get into this little edge phase,
Okay.
she's there to kick him in the gonads.
The Gonads.
Figuratively, not literally, figuratively.
The Gonads. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't watch a lot of, I must confess, even though I do love romance. There's
Hmm.
two categories. And like, again, we're getting into your next subject, so I'm not going to stay on it because you're going to have a whole topic on this. But you
Hmm.
have romance, and then um, you have raunchy. You have your
Yeah.
and then you have romantic. And one of the things I said,
I just
and
want
then
everybody to know that I have a dream that every you know what it is. It's
yes,
gonna be
yes,
explored. I've been to the mountaintop. And I say I wax that. I
yes,
wax that. Good
yes,
God Almighty, I wax that.
yes.
Preach on, Reverend. Preach on. Speaking of Vivica booty call.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, yes, I remember. I did
You
not
want to talk
want to
about
see that.
raunchy?
I didn't want. I did not want to see that film. My sister dragged me to that film. I told her by that title. I said, "Sis, seriously, you want to see this? Look at the title. I bet you they're gonna just have black folks pulling their pants down, doing everything. I don't want to see that. I'm not going. Oh, come on, let's look at the title."
And
I ended up going. She dragged me to see it. She said, "Oh, it's funny,
and
funny."
what was your take on it?
It wasn't as bad as I thought, because there were some really
Hmm.
funny moments. I've got to confess. It wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought it was actually very, actually very well written for a raunchy black comedy. Because usually raunchy black
Hmm.
comedies, I don't like. I don't like too much vulgarity. I don't like too much of it. It turns me off. So I thought this was like respected.
I got the hookup. That
Yeah, something
was
like that. Yeah,
I like to make a review of that movie and just joke like this is just Master P trying to promote his own album,
yeah,
which is
that's what it
probably
seemed
not
like.
which if I even get around if I ever got around to listen to that album, it's probably not even that good. I got the hookup. Holla
Yeah.
if you hear me. I got the hookup. Holla if you hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that was. You're right. But she dragged me. She said, "Oh, come on, sis, it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny. Trust me, trust me, trust me." That's what she kept telling me. Trust me, come on. So I said, "Okay, all right, I'll go with you and see it." And I gotta confess, Wolf, it was very well written for a black comedy. Actually, one of the best well written I had seen in a long time. Because, like I said, everything was raunchy and stupid and vulgar. This wasn't, because I
Hmm.
got it, and I liked the way they handled the situation they were in, and I laughed a
Hmm.
lot. What's his name? Not Jimmy Fox, but the other guy. I forgot his name. That
Washington,
is that.
I
That's
think
it was
so.
okay. Yeah,
He was in Ace Ventura when nature calls.
yeah.
He was the
He,
Wachutu warrior that they were gonna betroth to the
Davison.
princess.
I think it's Davison.
Davison,
Tommy
yep.
Davis. Yeah, yeah.
Tommy Davison, yep.
Funny, funny, absolutely hilarious. I was in there in the theater laughing, and I
With
was
his square
cracking up.
self.
Yes. Yeah. So I was it wasn't bad. I actually found it funny. Was it the title is misleading? When I
Hmm.
tell people, I said the title is misleading because it actually was a good film. I laughed. I found it really. It was a good comedy. I did. It wasn't as raunchy as I thought it was. I actually laughed at it a lot. You know. So yeah, I ended up enjoying it. It was better written than I thought it was. They handled it really well with the subject matter it was, and I like the way the guys were written. They weren't all who ignorant. And like I said, Tommy Davidson was cracking me up. But
Thomas Davidson was a square, but Buns was like he was a streetwise, but he kind of have
right,
some bit of intelligence.
yeah, and that's what I
You know
liked
what I'm
about
saying?
it. That
He had that going for him, which apparently was enough for Listerine. Go ahead.
well, that's what I liked. The four main characters were well developed and written. That's what I liked about it. Just the way you described it, that's what kept me going with the movie and kept me going for it. And they were real, well developed and
Mm.
real written for the subject matter. So I got it. I got it, and it
I
did
just
make
filled
me
out the
laugh.
fact that I'm just throwing out the fact that the ending, it's like it has the tagline mission accomplished. I'm like,
Yeah,
what? But at the end of the but in the end, as silly as that title was, that tagline was, it it stands that they are, well, in the case of Tommy Davidson and his girlfriend in the movie proper, they're already a couple. So, but that was their first time, or at least
right.
the way how Tommy Davidson they suggested about Davidson was that was not his first time, but for her it was her first time. So yeah,
Right.
but
That's what I got.
but in the case of Listerine and Buns, they were already experienced, but you get to their side, it's like, oh. And I was a kid. I didn't know what dominatrix was at the time. And I was just like, what's he about to do to him?
I hope did anybody explain it to you? You had to learn on your own.
I didn't ask the question.
Oh, okay. But your
I,
mind was
well, well, let's just say this. I didn't ask the question, and somehow I found out on my own through having another TV in my room
okay.
and searching through HBO.
like
Yep,
like
my
most
mom did.
kids. Yes. Okay.
My mom, my mom just assumed that we were just asleep because she was asleep.
I got you. I got you. Yes, I got.
So I saw a lot of network programming akin to HBO, Stars, Cinemax, Max, and I just saw interesting things.
You need not say no more. I got the picture.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
got the picture. But what I
Yep.
was getting back to originally what I was going to say, I was going to bring up. There's a difference between romance and raunchy. I always felt that, and maybe again, I'm just going to mention this, but I'll bring this up later. That with raunchy, with like for instance, I think about the show True Blood. One of the reasons that I think True Blood lost its following is that it became more raunchy and less romantic. When we lost these Suki and Bill portion of their romance, to me the show went totally into raunchy, and I think it lost some of its charm. Yeah, you had all the naked people running around here and there, but you stepped away from it. I don't know if you heard me. I was talking about True Blood and what possibly
Hmm.
were
Hmm.
the reasons is I felt that what made the show work in the first two seasons perhaps was it mixed romance with raunchy, with sexy, because it's a vampire show. You're going to have some sexy stuff. I mean, you can't get around it. There is no such thing as a PG
It's
vampire
better
show.
than Twilight.
Sorry, it's not. Oh God, better.
It can it
Oh
can it,
yes.
yeah, it came at the
Yes,
time.
yes.
It came at the time. It came in crazy timing. Crazy timing.
I was no fan of that Twilight, and this is about the time I was tutoring kids, and there was another teacher there with me, and she was 33 or 30 something at the time, and she was all up in Twilight, and I'm like, ain't that for the little teenagers? And she like, don't judge me. Okay, it's okay. I won't. It's okay. It's all right. Everybody like their thing. I'll go away, but I was not into that crap with no. I felt so. I said, oh, because I love vampire stories, and I'm like, oh, vampires they've been set back 2 years. Now they're treating them like silly, and they're not. They used to make good vampire stuff. Now they don't. So that's what drew me
Hmm.
to. That's what made drew me to True Blood, and I welcomed True Blood because I was like, this is what a vampire show should be. This is exactly what it should. But I did feel when it got in later on in the seasons, it became rely too heavy on the raunchiness and it started to lose itself because
Yeah,
you have to balance
they
it out
create
together.
stereotypes abound in that regard too. Very,
The,
very
what
negative stereotypes. So
seasons
for
went on?
one, yeah, as the seasons went on, like a whole host of stereotypes came about.
Oh yes,
Um, well, starting with Tara and her mother.
yeah.
Uh,
I did go on.
yeah. The whole abusive single mom and the Jezebel with the married preacher thing between her and the preacher, and not saying that's a negative stereotype to black folk, but like that was a big stereotype of adult adult programming. Um, the overzealous mother with Jessica's first love.
Yeah, her. Yeah,
Right.
Hoyt's mother. Hoyt's
Hoyt,
mother.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take Hoyt as a mama's boy. He was a mama's boy. His mama.
Hmm.
Yeah, his overbearing mother. The overbearing mother.
Playing Dead
Yeah.
Space Extraction of all games. I I was like, shoot. I was like, oh my goodness, she's playing. Well, for once, there's a show out there that actually shows us the game that the person's playing, not them pretend to play video games. And you hear you know those stock game sounds,
Hmm.
and you know what systems are playing. And I'm like, ain't no game I know play like that on 64. Don't no I saw I was watching Moesha one time, and Moesha's little brother was playing 64. I was like, there ain't no game on 64 that sound like that. Stop. There was even a time where somebody was playing a PlayStation and they got that stock video game noise. I'm like, that's a PlayStation. That's a PlayStation. Not no this ain't no space paranoids or no asteroids or whatever. Whatever game make that sound. You better put in some sound on that one. I don't care how much royalties you gotta pay. You got to play some Final Fantasy music or something. Convince
I
me that he's playing the game. That's what I'm saying.
I agree. That's yep. Yeah, they were getting back to your point. You were right. They were getting into what I like to call the a small deep south southern stereotypes from those that are from the
Hmm.
south. And I know about this because, like I said, my parents are from the south, lived there, lived the south. So I know some of what those types are and some that they started to play on. And you're right about that. And I never liked Tara's arc. I think as the season went on, her arc was terribly written. I didn't like how she turned out in the end. I thought the
Hmm.
writers give her. I would have been happy if Tara just had left Von Thames altogether and she was out of the show and went on to a better life than what they gave her
Well,
on
she
the
did
show.
leave
Mm.
technically. Went to Arrow.
And she should have stayed there because when she came back, they didn't do anything with her. Nothing much
Mm.
happened. You're right. It just
Well,
got
this is
worse.
before Arrow even came out, but still, like when I saw her on, there, I was like, oh, that's Tara. So Tara did get reincarnated
Yeah.
as a criminal. Okay, I'll
Ah.
buy it. I buy it. I buy it. I buy it. I'm willing to accept that. That's nice. She's actually pretty. Look, I didn't know that was her accent.
Oh,
I
her
thought she was
accent.
faking that.
Mhm.
She came to Arrow with that same accent. Still sound like Tara. I'm like, what? Like, are you telling me that's her real accent? Jesus.
And yeah, I good actress there, but I just felt as the show went on, like, no, why did they should have gave Tara a better arc because she was one of the characters that sort of had her head on straight. So I didn't like the way her arc went. It would have been better if she had just left and went to the other show, and I would have been okay with that. Bringing a character back and then not giving them anything to do is just as worse. Is not having them on there,
killing
and
them
then the
off.
show killing them off, either killing them off, or if you bring them back and you don't do anything with them, it's just as bad as them not being there. They might as well not have showed up. So I never liked her arc when she came back. I said she should have stayed gone. I would have been happier if she had stayed gone, at least get out of Bon Thames,
Hmm.
and let her do that. And I didn't like what they did
Oh,
to Bill
her
Thompson.
boyfriend is on Supergirl. Her
Yeah,
late boyfriend.
yeah, yeah. Her boyfriend, who did one of the dumbest things I ever see on television. Boys and girls, hence the lesson. Don't ever walk up to the cop with a knife and point it at the cop and say, "Hey, I killed somebody." You're just asking to get shot. I'm like, what?
Hmm.
I don't know if you remember that episode that
Eggs
he thought he
was.
did something. Like,
It's
I
a
did
good
something.
thing.
I'm like, oh man, what are you? I was yelling at the TV. What are you doing? You're a black man in the
Hmm.
South holding a knife to a white cop. Are you asking to get shot? What are you
Look, I
doing?
was like, then look. I think your mom was right to name you eggs. I really
Yes,
do. I'm like, you know what? Your mom was right to name your dumb behind eggs, because that's what's in your head. That's what's in your head right now, egghead.
yes, yes. When he got killed, I'm like, you know what? I saw that coming. I screamed at the TV. I'm like, are you asking to get killed? You are a black man in the South holding a
And
knife to a cop.
Marlene, oh my goodness, Marlene, what she said.
Oh,
Look, she
well,
wasn't wrong in
yeah.
what she said, but dang it, there's a tact for that.
Yes, it is.
I was
It is.
at the time I sided with Tara, but when I thought about it, I was like, you know what, Marlene, sh- look, there was some truth in what she was saying, what she said. I'm like, you gotta practice tact though, Marlene. It's not about
Yes,
that we think about race. It's just have some tact. What you're saying.
yes, I agree. Yeah,
It's
I
like,
said that a lot.
go ahead, go right ahead. What you gonna
Oh
say?
no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm like you. I said that a lot with that character. I'm like, she's got to learn how to talk to people because she just she gets it. It makes it. She makes it more worse than make it good. Even though she's intended to make it good, she's just making it worse.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my goodness, Marlene, I love you. You're cool, but you need to learn you need to learn some tact.
Yes.
Because
Exactly.
I was angry with Tara for a time when I was younger, of course, and me being younger,
Yes.
yeah, that'll
Yeah.
do it. That'll do it. I'm like, but now I'm older. I'm like, you know what? There was some truth in what she was saying, but girl, you need to learn some tact.
Exactly.
Especially when she duress like that. You don't say that yet.
No.
Like, dang it, Marlene. Don't you know the black girl is duress at the fact that her boyfriend got shot,
Yes.
killed,
You know it was stupid how
even
he was, but still.
yeah, it was stupid. But I'm glad Lafayette kind of diffused the situation.
Yes. Yeah. I'm glad he did. He needed
Best
to.
girl, by the way.
Yes.
Lafayette's best girl. Oh, I can watch clips of him any day, all day, every day. Actually, he's just that good. He's just that good of a character.
Hmm. Yeah.
It was sad how he went. I didn't see
Yes.
it, but I heard that he died.
The real
Played
actor?
Bobby Bird. No, no wait, hang on. Let me check first. I think he did pass.
Yes, he did. You can check, but I think he did pass away not too long
Let me
after the season
see.
ended.
Let me start with Get On though, because he was in that movie. Sing it with a scene, like a sexy machine. Get on up, get up there, get on up, get up there. Nelson Ellis. Yep, July 8th, 2017. Ooh. Oh man,
Hmm.
that sucks. What was his death again?
I think he had a heart attack. Is what I heard. He had a
Alcohol and
massive.
drug abuse. It was drugs and alcohol.
Okay. Oh, okay. Addiction then. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. They claim heart attack, but it could have been a drug induced heart attack.
Yep. Yeah, sad way to go for him.
Yeah,
He must have
because he
had
was such
some
a.
really serious problems.
He must have did before beloved a character that we loved. Yeah.
Hmm. But and we went way off topic. I think we're somewhat on topic when we brought up the moms and True Blood, especially Suki's mom. I remember I
Well,
watched this one video. Hmm?
I was gonna say there's not much is made about Suki's mom because she was raised by her grandmother.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember watching Jason Black, the Black Authorities review about it. How he commented on. I take some of this stuff with a grain of salt sometimes, but he made a comment about the fact that the grandma is treated benevolently, whereas the mom is like super abusive,
Oh,
and she and she
oh,
and she's all crazy about God and stuff, and yet she's still doing all kind of unchristian like things. He also made a comment that said this is the man that's mocking your God. Of course, he has his own little issues with the LGBT. I don't know if he changed his position on that as of right now. I don't follow him no more because he's mostly podcast, radio, talk show mostly.
okay, okay.
Because I was always following him mostly for the words to the black community. It was like a before I found Larry Elder and you know any other professional black individual that will tell us to you know make it yourself, basically make it yourself. Stop waiting for excuse me for everybody for Whitey to take care of your problems. That's how I like to that's how I like to phrase it, guys. Don't get offended. That's just how I like to phrase it. Like don't be sitting around waiting for Whitey to take care of your problems.
I got it.
Yeah, that's just how I phrase it. That's
But
what I say to my mom. So, like I ain't sitting around here waiting for Whitey to take care of my problems.
exactly, you don't really want to. But getting back to the topic, the only thing I noticed that because it's I'm going to have to wind down about 7:30. Unfortunately, I can't stay for the as late as I did on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, but getting back as I on the topic, my when you brought up parenting, um, my thought is I'm tired of seeing the deadbeat, uh, the dead. Like, okay, if you want to think of True Blood and parenting, the best story I think would be Bill and Jessica, because Bill and
Hmm.
Jessica was a great father and daughter. So that's how he saw Jessica. Even though he was the maker of Jessica, but he treated Jessica like she was his own daughter because of course he's a vampire. He can't have children. Or he had children, but he had to leave them because of what he was. And then I think there was a flashback to his life. And I think he went to see his daughter, but his daughter was dying. I remember a flashback that forgot the actor's name, but the guy that played Bill played it so beautifully. Well,
Hmm.
he went to see his daughter, but her daughter,
I used
she
to get
saw
mad
him.
at Bill.
Hmm? Why would you get
So I
mad?
used to get mad at.
I liked him the first two seasons, but then the writers screwed him up
That's
as
what
the
I'm saying. Like
seasons
like
went
he was
on.
become like they kept making him useless.
Yeah, that's what I didn't like. I
Like every
loved
time
him in the first two seasons.
like look, there's some strong vampires out there, but like you mean to tell me he can't beat up on Eric,
Yeah.
or you mean to tell me you can, he's giving off these threatening vibes and stuff, but you got this one vampire that just knocks him over. I'm like, dude, if you're gonna do that, back up your words. You reminding me of Eric Cullen right now, and yet you're the one who can actually do something. Unlike this little pup, this little mosquito here. You're the one who got the super strength, the speed. you ain't even afraid to. You're not even setting up traps like this idiot is.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can go up to them and snatch their heads off, and they pop like water balloons and everything, and you getting knocked around like you in a horror movie, and you the last character, and all they do is throw you around. You
Exactly.
better get some bigger cojones.
Yeah, you
I,
better.
I that's me young. I'm like bruh. Look, I'm rooting for you and Suki, and you not making this look good.
No, he's not. He's not. That made me angry too. And the guy that played him,
And then he jumped up of Lil like, oh no.
that's when I started. I really was out of the show. I'm like, I don't like what they're doing to this character
Yep,
at all.
same
That's
here.
when I started. I wasn't watching it on a regular basis. I used to be. It used to be must. And about that time, The Walking Dead was starting to come in, and I was falling in love with that. And True Blood, I
Look,
used to
I
watch it
was saying
religiously.
this. Look, I was saying this when they got to what's his face, Russell,
Mm-hmm.
and
Russell.
his stupidity. I whispered
Yes.
to myself, never. I whispered to myself, I like never thought I missed the main ad because I couldn't stand Henrietta was her name, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The main ad. I was like I couldn't stand her after a while. I was like somebody
Yes.
please kill her. I'm getting look. She's got some
Yes.
good lines, but I need her to die.
It took for yeah. It seemed like nobody could kill her. I was thinking the same thing too. I was thinking the
And
same
they had
too.
to come with a BS way of how to kill her. You had to make her
Yeah.
believe that she was killed by by the bull god. I was like, oh no.
I was dissatisfied with that. Either. I'm like, y'all couldn't find her. I thought a beat down. I thought she was gonna get a straight up Buffy the Vampire Slayer style beat down. That's what I wanted to see. I said, at least on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, when Buffy is ready to take him down, she takes him down. She gets in there and
Hmm.
she starts fighting and she takes him down. I thought that's what I was going to see. I'm
She
like,
wasn't
okay,
even
well,
killed
somebody,
by Bill. That's what pissed me off. Like she didn't get killed by Bill. She got killed by the simp Sam before
yeah,
simp was even invented. He was such a cuck. Excuse me.
yes, yeah. I thought she was gonna get a beat down. I thought I was gonna see a Buffy style. Somebody gonna come in and whip some butt, beat down. She gonna get it. I was sitting there wishing. I was like, I wish Buffy would show up because Buffy would not waste no time.
Hmm.
Buffy would come,
Hmm.
a really quick one liner that
She's the
I used
reason
to
why
love.
eggs and Tara got in the way they got in. And you mean to tell me Suki couldn't take her out?
Yeah, that's what I said.
That
I'm
should
sitting
have
there
been
wondering that.
retribution right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Suki should have been able
But
to.
yeah,
Any one
when
of
the
them.
stuff with Russell, when he came about, I was like, never thought I missed the main ad. 'Cause I was getting sick of his stuff too. Like
I was
he was
too. I
charming.
was too.
He was kind
He
of
was.
charming and pretty fun with his little southern accent and whatnot. Especially when he came in and snapped that priest's neck on the news.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
On the
oh,
news.
that was
Yeah,
actually. I was like, okay, Russell, I like you again. Yeah. Screw the main ad. I'll give you this one. And
yeah.
then they buried them in cement. I was like, okay, not how not how not how I wanted it, but okay.
I wanted a Buffy style beatdown. Then I didn't get that. Like
Mm,
I said, if Buffy was there, he would be done. That would be what a really great fight. That's why I always liked
yep.
Buffy because Buffy was that even as a teenage show, I still like it because she was the heroine that I always wanted to see in these types of TV shows. She was still feminine, still very girly, and what I really love is that if you mess with Angel, she really went off the TV. She would take anybody down that messed with Angel. So I thought
Mm,
maybe Marion or Russell were going to get a Buffy style beatdown. That's what I wanted him to get. I'm like, nobody can fight on this show for their lives. Nobody can whip nobody's butt on this show. That's one thing I hated.
unless
There was no Buffy. You guys needed a Buffy. You needed somebody to come in there and really lay it down. But no,
like the
Suki couldn't
freaking
do
werewolves was doing your job better than you guys were.
it.
I'll see it in his posse,
Yes.
his little
Uh-huh.
clan of werewolves. I'm like
Yes.
they're doing your job better than the vampires. And this is sad. This is sad. I'm rooting for my werewolf brethren, but I'm expecting more out of you guys because you guys are the star of the show, not
Yes.
the shifters, not the werewolves. You guys, not even the witches. After Lafayette discovered that he was a witch, I'm like, who cares about the witches? Who
Yeah, oh, when
cares?
they brought the witch on, that bored me. I didn't care for the witch. They had, I think they had a season where a witch was on there. I'm like, can somebody kill her and
Mm-hmm.
move on? She's boring me. She's boring me. It was becoming Twilighty, and it was too many it's too many creepy creatures in one town. I was like, okay, now let's see. Vampire, werewolf, witch. All we missing is a mummy.
Mm-hmm.
And what other monster trope do we're
Gilman.
missing a,
Hey,
a, a,
Eloise.
a Gilman or some sort of phantom of some kind, and then we'll have a whole clan. But
Oh, we had ghosts.
or Frankenstein monster. We didn't have a Frankenstein monster in Botem,
Yeah,
so that's
we had ghosts. We had ghosts, and we had fairies.
yeah. I didn't
Fairies
get the
drew me.
fairy thing. Did you like the fairies? I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I didn't. Well, they're based on a series of the show was based on a series of books. And I always say a show is only as good as the material that they're adapting. So if the material
Mm-hmm.
they're adapting is crappy, the show is going to be crappy because the fairies just didn't feel right. Uh, I'd rather Buffy came to town and found out there was some trouble in this southern town and came to whip some butt. I really would have had that, and that's when the show started to lose me. But at that time, The Walking Dead I was starting to get pulled into The Walking Dead, so um, that made it easy for me to adapt to that.
um, there's another thing that came to mind when it comes to fatherhood and motherhood.
Yeah.
I'm thinking right now. You know what?
What other
We might as well.
others?
We might as, excuse me. I'm chewing on grape, but we might as well get into dads that we love in media since we're crossing into the 4 hour mark and you gotta go. But list off your favorite dads and your favorite moms, by the way. In any show, book, movie, animated,
Well,
whatever.
dads. I would say, oh, there's so many. I'll try to narrow it down. Well, Uncle Phil really comes to the top of my list. Is Uncle
Nice.
Phil is the one of the? I mean, you had Will Smith on the show, but what really made the Fresh Prince of Bel Air really rock was Uncle Phil and the kind of father, because Uncle Phil was the kind of father. He wasn't a buffoon. He wasn't a deadbeat. He wasn't a cheat. He was the kind of father that we needed to see, particularly for Black fathers. And I like the fact he was a lawyer. I like the fact that he
Hmm.
wasn't poor. Not to say a poor father can't be a good father, but I like the fact that he was a lawyer who eventually became a judge, and he had money, but he never let that overcame his family. He was always there for his family, no matter what, and he would try to install good values into his family, into his kids.
I really think that they hate women too. Like they just, or rather, they have this mission mandate to just eliminate the woman. Just period. Just eliminate the woman because you got the non-binary push, the trans push, the whole cut your tits
Yes,
off
yes, yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Shave
as
your hair
yep.
bald headed look on
They
one
want
side
to
and skin blue another.
they want to eliminate the woman because now it seems to them that they are under the impression that the woman was invented by misogynists or white white supremacists. Like I'm surprised that you would think that white supremacists would also mean they hate women too. But okay. But yeah, I really do believe that they want to eliminate the word woman, the concept of woman. Period. They don't want to be women, obviously, but they want to at the same time get rid of them too.
I
But go
do.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I agree with you. I'm seeing that femininity is being attacked as much as masculinity. Masculinity is being attacked and femininity is being attacked. They want women to be more like men. They don't want them to be motherly. They want them to abandon the traits that God put into a woman that makes a woman who she is. They want them to abandon that. They want them to be, like you said, ball headed look on one side and the rainbow colors on another, pink, green, purple, blue, and orange.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want any woman that looks feminized. They hate the idea of femininity. They I'm seeing a lot of this. They want they're not teaching, they are telling young girls to do films now, the girls to act more like boys, be more like boys, be more masculine. And I agree with you. The femininity is what they hate. Now I don't know, maybe they hate themselves, could be hating themselves. Maybe they feel rejected. Oh, the jock or the handsome supermodel from France is not attracted to me. So there must be something wrong with me. And they're taking it internal because I don't look like the supermodel on television or the girl who really want. So they just reject themselves altogether and fall into this notion that they have to give up their femininity. Cops on television now, if they're a female cop, they look masculine. I always say, why are all the female cops looking like guys? I mean, why are they all looking like guys? The guy look, the guy cop look, I call it, the pants with the white t-shirt and the slacks. Not saying for anybody out there in the chat that if you are a cop, you know someone's a cop, and she's a female, she's doing a good job, God bless him. But I'm just talking about what I'm seeing. I'm seeing an attack on femininity and treating femininity like it's some sort of disease, and it's not. It's not a disease. It's beauty with it, and
Mm-hmm.
beauty comes in many different ways, and motherhood is a part of that. So it shows all of that. So yeah, I agree with that. Now, as far as motherly, you know what? You're gonna probably be surprised by this answer. Um, but she's not a mother per se, but I like the motherly feel she has. Is Jean Grey from the animated X-Men,
That's fine.
because I felt that Jean was, maybe because of her empathic powers, but I felt like she was motherly. She was the mother figure to the X-Men characters in a way. The way she, when she talked to them or comfort them or help them, she had a motherly feel to that, and I like
I
that.
have to revisit that to see.
Yeah, I'll try to see if I can name specific episodes. I know the episode when Beast was falling in love with this girl, and he was starting to doubt his looks,
Right.
and he was
I
pained
remember that
over,
episode.
and how she came and comforted him. That was good to see, that even though she is this powerful mutant, she has these motherly. She can be motherly to them to help them when they need it, and
Right.
so I like that. So even though the mother is not a mother per se, but she's motherly to whoever it is that she's dealing. Because motherly can entail not only just giving birth and having your own children, but to other people as well, or to other people that you deal with as well. I'm trying to think of some others and some sitcoms of moms that I would want to be.
All the 90s we've been
Vivian,
talking. You can't
Vivian,
think of one.
well, Vivian, the first
Yep.
Vivian, because she
Yeah.
was cool. Yeah, the first Vivian was great. She was
Dark
the
skin.
aunt. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Think she
The
got
dark.
fired.
She got fired. But she blames Will, but I don't know if Will had anything to do with it. I think it was between her and the producers. I guess she felt the show should be hers. I don't know. It's really weird what she got fired for. I'm still trying to figure out what was it that made her angry about the show.
I thought it was a Diana Ross, Michael Jackson situation between her and Will. Inappropriate behavior. That was a story, right?
Yeah, yeah, I heard about
Makes you
that.
wonder who was Diana in that song. Because he was around two Dianas. Remember that, right?
Yes, yes, he was. Yes.
But I'm
Uh-huh.
like, who was that for? Because I'm like, wait, was he with Diana Ross as well? Is Dirty Diana speaking specifically about uh, Diana Ross?
That's what we all wondered.
Or
Yeah. but I heard rumors. The other rumor was, I don't know, she felt she should have got more lines or she was jealous of Will. But I thought, the show is called The Fresh Prince of Bel Air. So Will is the star of the show. You're not the star on the show. You're great on the show, but the star is Will. So yes, he would get more screen time or more camera time because he's the star of the.
Besides, Uncle Phil didn't have that problem.
Yeah, and he was one of my favorite characters. Yeah, he didn't have that problem at all, and we all loved him. And he's my favorite dad is Uncle Phil, because that's, I said, if I had a dad for television, that's the dad I would want, because he didn't have to. Well, maybe with Will threatened to threatened to kill him, but
There's a
he didn't have to
specific
beat them.
scene that I play over and over again, and I hope me and my brother never come down to these kind of blows from this one scene. And you think, and I know you have an idea what scene I'm talking about, right? From a specific episode.
Of the Fresh Prince.
Yeah, where Lou shows up.
That's Will's father.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And are you talking about the scene between the fallout between Will and
Yeah, but
Phil?
before that happened, yeah, it was between Lou and Phil for a while, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
I'm like, I look at that scene and I'm like, I hope I never have to be like that with me and my brother when it comes
I
to his
see.
daughter.
I
I
see.
never would. I would I hope I never have to be in a house, my own house, and and at some I don't I hope this don't happen either. If my niece stayed with me and he decides to show up after not being in her life so that long, and she's like what 24 years at least, and they're about to go hang out and whatnot, and he says he's gotta go leave. I hope I never have to be like that with him, cause yeah, I was like
I see.
I never want to come at him like hey, I stepped up when you stepped down when that child when I held that child in my hand in my two hands. All right, you don't get you don't get to drop her off and then beat it. That's your daughter,
I see. I get
and
you. Yeah. I remember that
and
episode.
hopefully, yeah, and hopefully she'll never ask that question in front of me. But
I get you.
thankfully, thankfully, they do talk, they do hang out, you know. So as long as you're keeping that consistent, then my fears are elated.
But what I like about Uncle Phil is that he didn't have to yell or threaten. He could say a line and then they would get it. He didn't have
Mm,
to beat his kids into discipline. He knew his kids enough that all he had to say was a few words and they would get what he meant. Or if they were disappointed him, he could say it in a calm way that they got it, even though they hated that they were grounded. They got it, and that was done out of love. And you don't see that too much. I forgot his name, but God, he was great in that role. He was great in that role. I was sad that he couldn't come back to the reunion because he was really
mm.
great as Philip Banks. I think he's one of the best fathers on television. He really was.
Well, we all
He
know
should have
why he
he should
couldn't.
have got. Well, he died before the reunion show aired. Am I correct? Or did he die during the
Yeah,
reunion? Okay.
he died
So
before.
yeah, that's why I said it was sad
By the
he
time
couldn't live in.
they got around, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm sad that he wasn't there. And he should have got more attention, awards or I feel, or NAACP awards or Image Awards. I'm like, why is this? He should have got
Hmm.
more attention for that role. He should have got more attention for that role.
We got
That's
one
what
suspicion. We got one suspicion as to why that didn't happen.
you want you telling me or you want to tell me later? I'm curious.
Nobody
It
likes that kind of father no more. They want to push the
ah
thug. Remember,
I was just about to say that. Yeah, I was just about to say that. I
Uncle
was just
Phil
about to say that.
ain't their black card they like to pull. it's the thug they want to push now.
Yeah, you're right. I was just about to say that. I was.
They
And I
love them some
love,
thugs.
yeah, I was just about to say that. I almost did when I said tell me, but then I went, oh, I think I know.
That and
I'll speak on it.
the effeminate dad.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You're seeing more of that now. I saw a video. Who did that? I'm gonna see if I can try to get it to you on YouTube. I forgot who it
Mm.
was. Did a video on black masculinity in danger or becoming effeminate. He has some really good points. So I
Mm.
got to see if I can find it. If I
Yeah,
don't get it
send it
to
to
you,
me.
through MeWe, I'll send it to you. I was listening to it. I said
Mm.
he had some good points. He has some really good points. And I also love the love story of Phil and Vivian. You know, you saw you believe they loved each other. Some couples you feel that's
Hmm.
tough, but you believe that they loved each other, and I love seeing that. They when they fought, they fought. They had their issues, but when it was time to come together, they came together. You know. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Carl Winslow. Good one. That's
Spelled it wrong,
another
but
one that was a
that's
great
close
fit.
enough. She spelled it wrong, but
Mustafa
that's close enough.
Clark sister.
Winslow.
Oh,
Is that really? Is that really how you spell his name? I thought it was Winslow. Because
I
even
got it.
Victoria spells. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. I forgot about Carl Winslow. Uh, 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 he was good too with his family too, and father figure
Oh
to
yeah.
Steve. Steve probably drove his blood pressure up, but he was still there for him. Yeah,
I'm just highlighting
yeah.
comments
I got that
as we're reaching the wrapping up.
right. Somebody made a comment. They made a vampire comment about True Blood, but I missed it. So whoever made
That was
that
a
comment, I'm
line
sorry.
from that was a line from Hotel Transylvania, the first movie.
Ah, okay. I thought it looked familiar. I thought that looked
Yeah,
familiar.
yeah. I
Yeah.
brought that up. I was like, yeah, that look, y'all gonna hate me for this, but I did not like that movie.
I didn't like it
But I will
either.
say this. But I will say this. That line he said kind of made it up a bit. I was like, oh wow, they got to dig at Twilight. This movie got a saving grace. Okay.
that made me that that made me laugh too. I didn't care for the movie either. Hotel Transylvania was a cash grab from the studio, but that line did make it. I did. I mentioned that one did
This
make
is
up
how we
for it.
represent it. Unbelievable.
Yes, that's because that's the same thing I was thinking when I saw Twilight. I'm like, oh, vampires have got to get their dignity back. They got to get somebody giving their dignity back somehow. They got to get their
A
dignity.
shame that Underworld didn't bring that dignity back when they brought out Blood Wars, which
Yeah.
I could revisit that with all you guys talking about the Underworld franchise, or maybe Matthew Flynn if he ever saw it. But yeah,
Hmm.
that to see how that franchise went down compared to how the Resident Evil franchise, I was like, that was the only franchise I was sticking with that actually had at least some consistency until it got inconsistent at the end, and later I found out why. It's like, oh, it's directed by a woman. No dig at women directors, but you guys get some hit and misses. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. I'm just saying. Not saying men are better at it. I mean, we do got Michael Bay and Zack Schneider.
Yes.
Just saying, you guys are not perfect either. Let's just keep it at that. Women directors are not perfect either. It's like, yeah,
No, they
this
are
was
not.
terrible.
Wolf, say that again. They are not. There are a lot of crappy garbage women directors out there. Yes, I said it. And if anyone wants to come
Mm,
after me for saying that, bring it on. Because I am willing to say it. And a lot of them got some hang ups. They got some hang
mm.
ups. They got some hang ups.
In
There are a
this
lot
lady's
of crappy
defense,
stuff.
her mistake was copying Game of Thrones.
I agree.
If you ever, so you saw Blood Wars,
Yeah, but I didn't care for it that much. I thought it would be a lot better than what it was.
yeah,
I mean, did you like
but
it?
yeah,
I was disappointed in it.
it broke me. Let's just say that it broke me.
Yeah, it did.
Cause I,
It did.
cause like I had that night I went to see it. I had two choices because that these were the only movies that were available that I was actually interested in seeing, and if there was any hidden gems out there, I wasn't looking for them. But I had a choice between that one and Resident Evil: The Final Chapter, and I was hoping that Blood Wars was actually going to be tolerable at best. But when I went there, I left in silent. Me and my wife left in silent, and she said, "What
Oh.
do you think about the movie?" And I was still silent. Not like in Ghost in the Shell. She asked me what she's like. She asked me what I thought. I was like, "Wait till we get to the car. Wait till we get to the car," because I was screaming about the live action Ghost in the Shell. But in the case of Blood Wars, I walked away. She said, "What do you think?" I was dead silent, like the soul was just sucked out of me. Because again, I'm like if I had to again if I had to choose between Resident Evil and Underworld, of course I'm going to go Underworld. But at least Underworld will entertain me. It doesn't have BS cinematography or fight choreography like uh like Resident Evil do, and it doesn't, and it barely has shaky cam in it as much as Resident Evil does. So when I finally got there, yes, they got rid of the shaky cam finally, but the story was garbage. And Celine was a different.
Yes.
She was a different character, a entirely different character. And I was like, wow, it's like y'all
I
want to get y'all want to distance yourself from Awakening. It seems.
I think it was too many sequels, too many, Wolf. I think it had just too many. Some franchises that just go too long, and that
Well,
was
Underworld had to keep going because they kept leaving it open for a sequel.
that's the
That's a
problem.
thing. But but like I said, like they didn't need like I said, I was fine with it keeping going. Just don't make it stupid. Just don't make it ineffectual. Like I was slumped in the seat. I was slumped. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I was literally slinking in my seat throughout that whole movie. It was boring. Not like in the previous Underworld movies. That was boring. And then they gave Theo James's character something to do. And I'm like, it triggered one of my movie pet peeves as well. Since when moments. I it's moments that come across out of place out of nowhere, right? And it prompts me
Right.
to ask, since when? So he is the son of vampire elder Amelia. Let me repeat
Yes.
that.
Okay.
Theo James's character from Awakening. You seen Underworld Awakening, right? The vampire
Yes.
son,
Yes, I saw
Charles
that. Yes.
Dance's son.
Yes.
That is
Yes.
Amelia's son. The vampire elder that
It's
died in the first movie.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
her
I got
son.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's just
And they preserve her blood in a ring elsewhere in an ice mountain castle full of vampires with silver white hair that look like Daenerys Targaryen, most of them, that still are cladded in knight armor and still wielding swords and shields, whereas everybody else is using guns. And I'm like, why are we giving Theo James something to do now? I mean, I liked him in the first movie, but he wasn't the central character. Now we're supposed to take him seriously, make him important, and suddenly he drinks what should be crusty ass blood. Excuse me. If you want to put realism to that, it's a drop of blood encased in the ring, preserved somehow. We'll just call it magic blood. And suddenly, when he drinks it, now he's the de facto leader of that coven. Oh yeah, Amelia has a separate coven outside the vampire coven that she's supposed to be in, which is the coven of Victor and Marcus and Amelia. There's supposed to be one coven that was
right.
wiped out by Marcus. Remember, but she has a separate coven. I'm like, are you guys trying to make her important? Too important to be to be exact. You're making her far too important that she needs to be. Yeah, that was shark. That was complete shark jumping. For anybody who
Yeah, that
wants
was.
more, for anybody who wants to see more of that, check out In Praise of Shadows review of it. It's an hour long review of the entire Underworld franchise. That's where it broke me. I was like, I think I don't care about Amelia. You don't need to get Theo James something to do. I'm still asking where Eve at. Oh, they didn't even bring the actress back for Eve. It looked like a whole entirely different actress. Yeah, she come back at you probably seen it.
I've
Blood
seen
Wars.
it. Yeah,
Yeah, you saw that chick. No, we're
I'd
not talking
rather
about
see
Origins. We're talking about Underworld. We're talking about Underworld Eloise.
it.
Uh, no, it's not. Oh no, Melissa. There was a lot of werewolves in Underworld. You you be. I defy you to find less of a number of werewolves in the Underworld movie. There was a lot. Oh, and oh yeah, Blackjack Randall was in it. That's the main
Yes,
bad guy.
yeah, I
Yeah,
recognized him.
the worst offense that they committed in that movie was killing Michael off screen. That's how much they didn't care. That's why I was so broken, because they didn't care no more. It's like, at least care a little bit. At least care a little bit. Dang it! And then they saw the mystery of what happened to Michael. Like, so she didn't get it. So she never got a chance to reunite with Michael. And she ain't even, what's sad is she ain't
Yeah,
even broken up about it.
yeah, I didn't like
Yeah,
that
she
either.
yeah she killed him Mortal Kombat style, but she still wasn't broken up about the fact that Michael died. I'm like, you were crying, sobbing all over his body in the second movie when he quote unquote died, but now this, yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
that that. Let me list off my favorite dads and moms before I have
Yeah,
an
just say.
aneurysm.
You go ahead and run your
Uh,
list.
for all of his faults, King Trident
Yeah, I was
from
about to
Little
mention King
Mermaid.
Triton. Well, in the end, oh,
King,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'd say he had his faults, but in the end, I like how he came around. But you go ahead. I was about to list him next.
for all his faults, he's a dad that just care. I remember Greenie mentioned in the Little Mermaid stream with Dan Heron that they kind of messed up his character in the origins. Yeah, they did. I was like,
Yeah,
they gave him the King Friday treatment
I
in
didn't
that
like
one.
the. Yeah, I didn't like him. The origin story of him. I liked him in the original movie cartoon of him. I liked him
Yeah,
in that one, but I wasn't. I didn't like what they did in the origin at all
I'm
because I
like,
liked.
yeah, I made a comment in Dan Heron's stream. I said they basically gave him the King Friday origin, the King Friday treatment for his origin. So something bad happens to your wife, so now you outlaw music. In the case of King Friday in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, so
Mhm.
I think it was Daniel Lyon that got injured because they were playing, so he outlawed playing. So he decreed the law, no play allowed. And I was tripped off. I was tripped off about that. Oh yeah, a
I
more dignified Zeus and Hercules. Melissa Harris, go ahead, Leia.
I was going to say that in the original Little Mermaid film, I liked him because as we get toward the he did when he learned that Ursula had taken Ariel, despite how he I like the regret he felt when he drove her away, when he overreacted, when he saw her with the
Hmm.
fact that he knew she was in love with Eric, and then when she went away, he regretted it. You know, he was sitting there saying, you know, what have I done? You know, I've driven her away, and then at the end of the film when he realized, you know, that what really made her happy and the happiness
Yeah.
and that he let her go by giving her legs. And 'cause I got a little weepy at that moment. I'm sorry. I'm a softie. I cry at the ending of Disney films. I don't care. So what? Sue me. But I did because most of all, that's why some of these critics of these films, I don't agree with them because it wasn't just
Hmm.
a princess story. There was also a story between a father and a daughter. And they missed that when they criticized it. Well, she gave up her leg for a man in these animated films. We got to stop that. Like you don't see the whole story. You know what makes the Little Mermaid beautiful? There were two stories. Yes, there was Eric and Ariel, but it was also Ariel and Triton. So
Hmm. Well, he
that
should. She should.
story,
Well,
yeah,
she should be sticking it to her daddy. She should be
yes,
defiant to her. No.
right, yeah,
Good luck on you define your parents, or at least your parents must be giving you far too much freedom than you could ever hope for. I think that's what going by how they react to this stuff is that you I'm okay with anybody having their own freedom, but but what makes you think you should take other people's freedom away? That's my
yes.
question to
Good
them.
one.
Like,
Yeah, yeah.
what makes you think you like just because you have gotten freedom from whatever crap family life that you must be living in? What gives you the right to take away other people's freedoms? Like like what gives you the right to call a mother back to what we were talking about earlier? What gives you the right to call a mother childbirthing person? Just because you don't birth any children, or you outright support the freedom to not bear children, you want to call somebody else, you're like I said, going back to what I was saying earlier before, it's that othering thing that they like to do. They like to other people, and
Yes,
that's
I
another
agree.
form. That's basically a form of othering mothers. So yeah, back to what you're saying about the Little Mermaid, like yeah, I used to I was on that same train too one time, but then I thought about, I was like, there was more to it than just her just sacrificing her tail for a man.
Yeah,
Even,
there's
you
more.
know what? Even look, even sorry, even Sebastian was making that claim in Under the Sea.
Yeah, yeah. You were saying the same thing. Yeah, you're
It's like, why
right.
would you go up there?
Yeah,
Why would you go up there? There's nothing really up there. But you're she's there for an adventure, specifically looking for a guy. But ultimately she's there for an adventure. She's always been in the sea.
basically to have legs. And also, you have to realize, well, there's two things you got to realize about this. One, marrying Eric meant she won't see her father anymore, and he won't see her. So I know what she says. If I become human, I'll never see my father again. So he knows when she gets married, goodbye is goodbye. And then also, you you realize also that when she does marry Eric, it's a union of two worlds, because for a long time Triton didn't want anything to do with the human world, but now they've been
Hmm.
united, yeah, united through this marriage. You know, this union. So in some ways, Ariel sort of brought union to the two species. The humans didn't agree with the mer people, and the mer people didn't want to deal with the humans. But now, now they have to interact and realize they're not as bad as it seems. You could say the same thing about Powhatan in Pocahontas and how he
Hmm.
changed, yeah, for John Smith at the end. After John Smith, he realized John Smith was a good man and he wasn't like any.
Kiara was Simba
Yeah, same thing.
with Simba's pride. She was like, look at them. Look, they are us.
Exactly. Exactly. So that's a good father there. But I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, you can go ahead with the rest of your list. But Triton
Speaking of
was one I was.
Mufasa, now that Victoria, I think it was Victoria that brought up Mufasa. Here's another Mufasa figure, King Joffrey from Coming to America.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then let them wait. I'm talking to my son. Ah, you want to soil your royal oats, and but she's a commoner, and she's a prince. Well, I who am I to change the law? Well, last time I checked, you were the king.
Yeah.
I love that line from the wife. She straight up said, "Last time I checked, you were the king."
Yeah.
I'm not seeing that sequel, by the way.
Don't, for the love of God and all this humanity. And if you care for your fellow men, Wolf, if you care for your fellow man and your wife and your family
Hmm.
and all your relatives, I beg you not to watch it. Heed my warning.
That's
I
that's the
want you to keep
thing.
your
Like
sanity.
that's the thing. I think my mom had told me that like don't even bother watching it, and I take her word for it because because she asked me was I going to watch it. I said Coming to America never needed a sequel, and I'm not going to watch a sequel because it never needed a sequel.
It never needed a sequel. I agree with you. It was a sequel that was never. It didn't need it at all. Eddie Murphy could have took all that money and time and did another project.
Like Dolomite is my name.
Yeah,
Now
uh,
I'll rewatch Dolomite is my name.
yeah, that was good. But Coming to
That's only
America
because I
2,
like
no.
yeah, but that's only because I like grassroots movies. Thanks to Chef with John Favreau. He did a
Yes.
grassroots movie called Chef where he's like he started off quitting his restaurant job, his chef job at the restaurant with Dustin Hoffman. Uh, hangs out with his friend ScarJo. You see a lot Iron Man crew here in this movie.
Yeah,
You
a
got
lot of them.
you even got Robert Downey Jr. there. I was like, oh my goodness, stop. Wasn't that
Well, they're
Dustin
all
Hoffman gonna probably pop up in one of the MCU movies? Because I saw him here. What
or
Leguizamo is gonna be a guardian one of these days because he was in that one. He was in Chef, and then I was like after ScarJo and Robert once Robert Downey Jr. showed up, I'm like, oh stop it, Faro. Okay, I'm going to concede that you guys are good friends, but stop it.
they are good. Yeah, they're all. I think they're good. I think Favreau, um, Favreau and Downey are very good friends because he pitched very hard to get Robert to be Iron Man. The studio wanted Tom Cruise, but he really fought to get Robert in that film.
Hmm.
So they're good friends for that. And ScarJo, he's a friend of hers too. So yeah, it just seemed like all of them seemed to be. Oh, I was thinking maybe
Now
Dustin
for
Hoffman would end up in the Mandalorian.
mothers, I would go with Aeolion, but she's hardly in it, so she didn't really make that much of an impact yet in Coming to America. Other than she was the driving force um push Joffrey to change the laws of secession
Right.
in Zamunda. But other than that, like made no mistake, she's obviously a good wife and a good mother. I mean, look, they got Akeem out of the deal. But
Yes. But she shows why you need the feminine in a family because she
hmm
understood her son being in love and what that meant and how she had to get some sense into her husband to come to his senses with that line that you just said. Yeah. And how he was to how she was to the family of the girl.
yeah,
Uh, yeah, how
Lisa.
Lisa, how cordial she was to them. Whereas Joffrey looked down on them, she was cordial to them and understanding. And she saw that her son was in love, and that's why you need the feminine in a relationship
She asked
because
him,
she
"Do you
understood it.
love this woman?"
Yes.
Yes, yes, mother, I do.
Then she
I
just
forbid
indulged
it. Oh,
it.
you sit down, you oaf.
I think she said, "Put a sock in it, Joffrey."
Yeah, put a second in it, Joffrey. Don't you
Yeah.
see the boy is in love?
Yes, that's why
Something
you.
to that effect.
But that's why you need the feminine because feminine, the woman
Mm,
understands the emotions, the understanding.
hmm
Men don't always think of emotions, but the woman understands that, and that's our strength, and it's a beautiful strength. It doesn't always have to be
hmm
about a fist, and that's why you need the woman in the family. That's why you need her. That's a very good example right there. She understood him. She had to
Yeah,
give him that
now that you
push.
bring that up, I can't believe I forgot that part. I didn't. I need to correct myself. She did make an impact in that movie more so than that one limo ride. She was there to really put her foot down on Joffrey when he was overstepping himself.
Yes. Yeah. That's why you need the feminine. She didn't have to humiliate him. She didn't humiliate him, but she
Nope.
made her point pretty clear that you are being unreasonable and you need to listen to
Hmm.
your son and you need to drop your pride, you
She
know.
didn't even she didn't even need to get up.
Exactly. Yes.
She just looked at him and shout to him, "Oh, put a sock in that Joffrey." And he looks at
Yes.
her and like okay. They don't even
Mm-mm,
argue in that. They don't even argue in that limousine either.
they don't. They don't
They
argue at
just have
all.
they just have a civil discussion, like a married couple
Mhm.
should.
Like
A civil
America.
discussion. And he said, "What?" He's like, "What?" It's like, "What am I to do?" Like he's a prince. She's a commoner, and he's and she just reminds him. That's another thing that a woman does in the relationship. Excuse me, is that they remind the men in their lives what their position is and what they're supposed to do in their position as a man. So she reminds them, well, last time I checked, you are the king. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not like she's there to make him look better. She's there to remind him, and that's not to say she doesn't have no power or status herself. She is the queen,
Yes. She has a status herself. Yeah, she has a status too. But it's
and
just
she's
like you said.
council.
Yes.
A lot of people have that misconception about queenship. Queenship is not just a woman ruling a kingdom by herself. Queenship is what Daniel Heron saying Beast War on live stream.
What is the stream you got to get ready for? If you do, we're about in here. If you have to scoot on over to another stream.
Daniel, if you're inviting me, I'm down for it. But yeah, you know what? Uh, next mother would be who? What can I think? I know a lot of people don't really like this movie, but Atla from um from Aquaman. That's one tough mama, and she love her
Is that
man.
is that the Nicole Kidman character?
Yep.
Okay, all right. I didn't really get what her name was. Okay, that's all right.
Yeah,
All
yeah. Her
right.
name was Atla. Atla
Mhm.
was Atla's beast. In that first opening of how they met, like oh my goodness, if you Leia, that's a perfect example of two lovers coming together and and a man doing a good job of protecting his child and a good woman protecting her child. Like yes, she does all the fancy fisticuffs and bruh, he came with a shotgun. Mo- Now again, she did most of the fighting. He said, "No, you go all day like the Barry Bunny." I just keep going and going and going. Nothing outlasts the Wolf Commander and the Energizer. He just keeps going and going and going. But back to what I was saying about Atla. Yeah, Atla was like, obviously it was one could say that she was like doing all the fighting, but here's the thing. Arthur's dad grabbed the son and got him out of there. So don't downgrade what he did in that fight. He got the baby out of that situation. Okay? And never once that I tilt my head and say, well, what was he doing as a man? Or she was doing most of the fighting. I call shenanigans there. No. It's two parents protecting their child. What one brought to the table in that fight is served the purpose of protecting that child. She fought the royal guard and he got their son out of Dodge. Like a true parent's supposed to do. And he had a shotgun. Okay? Back off. Back off. But yeah, Atla is one of my favorites too. I love Atla. Um, a lot of people like kind of throw throw shade at Aquaman. No, actually no. Somebody's trying to make it seem like Atla was the driving force of Arthur becoming Aquaman. It's like no, no. She was just she just pointed him in the right direction. She didn't encourage him. She didn't go in there and fight that beast all by herself to give him the courage. No, he already had that encouragement. She was proof that she raised her boy right, basically. Her and her human husband raised their boy right. But yeah. So there's Atla, there's Goliath from Gargoyles. Who's another mother? Oh, you know what? I'll just stop right there.
Well, that's a good list there.
Yep. So far. So with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for showing up. The 5 of you that are still here, surprisingly, usually it drop down to 4 or 3. Unless StreamYard is lying to me or YouTube. But
what's on for Tuesday? Do you know yet?
Tuesday we'll be doing horror.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
next Tuesday we're doing horror, and
All
Tuesday
right.
after that we're doing romance. The other stuff that I said we were gonna do a part 2. Oh no, I think I'm gonna go with the Tuesday after another art stream because this is something that there's another video that triggered this again because the art fixers
Mm-hmm.
we still need to cover a little bit more about that. You
Okay.
know, you guys seen my fury about that.
Yes.
So I'm gonna definitely talk about artists and what I think our positions are supposed to be as artists, specifically where we tread on and where we should tread on, which is specifically if we're not, let's just say this, guys, if you're not a political artist, politics should not be the forefront of your art. Bottom line. And if you are a political artist, you are not supposed to prop up one side to make the other side look better, even if it is the left. We're supposed to make each other look good, or at least show opposite ends of that side, or at least positive opposing ends. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, Dan Hare has a question for us.
Okay.
He says, "I wanted to ask you too if you'd be interested in a Mississippi Burning rewatch, one an honest discussion on racism." Hey, contact me. Contact Leia Plus Size if you can. Yeah, yeah. Just shoot out the word, and I'll free up my schedule on Wednesday. Because I know you usually on Wednesday it's me and Greeny. Actually, for now, right now, Daniel, me and Greeny are doing Wednesdays, Ronin Warriors, episode by episode, 5 episodes each. So keep me posted. I'll let you know when we're freeing that up. I don't know how long we're doing that because Ronin Warriors is not a 26 episode anime. It's like 40, 48. Hey, Maddie, by the way. Yeah, you're late. Yeah, you're only late when I start wrapping up. That's when I say you're late. But if I'm still going, you're not late. But yeah. For real, man, you're late. But yeah, Daniel, hit me up whenever you want to do that. I can't do weekends though. I'm still working on weekends, so I can't do that, man. uh, Maybe after Thursday, another Thursday after I'm done, I'll try to not be as long as I am on Thursday or free up a Thursday, and then we can do Thursday. Yeah, if you're down
Okay.
as well, Leia.
Yeah. Just if you can let me know on a Thursday, and if you want to, I'm down with it too. If nothing else should come up in my schedule, I'm open
Yeah.
to it. Yes.
Mind you, he does it in the evening, so that should
Yeah.
be good for both of us.
Yes. That should be really good for both
You
of
be
us.
already winding down, got your sandwich, got your lemonade and everything, got dinner ready,
Yes. I
got
will. You want to? Yes. You're
got
exactly.
done watching your captain for the 50th time. Kidding, kidding.
Okay. No, I'm not because it's true. No, that's
Now it says he's flexible. All right. Yeah, just keep me posted whenever you want to do that. Hey, Crispy. Yeah, you're late too. Anyways, oh yeah. Oh, night, Brian. Yeah, Brian just started head out just now. So again, let me repeat. Like to thank everybody for showing up. Thank you, Daniel, for giving us that invite. Catch us in the backwash of what we were talking about today to get more of what our subject matter was today, which is parenthood. I know we got a little bit off topic here and there, but that was fun. I'd like to thank my previous co-host Trooper for being with us for a time. He had to take care of things on the side, so thank you, Trooper. Go ahead, Leah. Thank Trooper.
Trooper, I'm sorry we were here for a short time, but as always, I always enjoy speaking with you. And for everybody else that came to this chat, I really appreciate you all coming. Again, if you please leave any comments you would like to in the comment section below about anything we discussed today. We're always happy to hear from you. And if there's any positive mothers or fathers that we did not list that you want to, please list them in the comments and like and share the video around. And I enjoyed your company, and please be back with us on Tuesday for another great topic. And you all have a good evening.
That being said, guys, thank you everybody from the Wolf Commander himself, and this has been your Wolf Commander Wolf Tam. I'm your werewolf. And remember, you guys, you are the UN Spacey Wolf Fleet, and this has been the UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. The majority of us will still be here for next Tuesday. Take care, everybody. Ow!